1. Introduction. Thesis statement 2. Main point 1 becomes the topic sentence of body paragraph 1. Supporting detail becomes a support sentence of body paragraph 1. Subpoint. Subpoint. Supporting detail. Subpoint. Subpointing detail. Supporting detail. Writing for Success 154. Main paragraph 2. Same use of subpoints as with main point 1. Supporting detail, supporting detail, supporting detail. Main point 3 becomes a topic sentence of body paragraph 3. Same use of subpoints as with main points 1 and 2. Supporting detail, supporting detail, supporting detail. 5. Conclusion. Tip. In an outline, any supporting detail can be developed with subpoints. For simplicity, the model shows subpoints only under the first main point. Tip. Formal outlines are often quite rigid in their organization. As many instructors will specify, you cannot subdivide one point if it is only one part. For example, for every Roman numeral I, there needs to be an A. For every A, there must be a B. For every Arabic numeral 1, there must be a 2. See for yourself on the sample outlines that follow. Constructing informal or topic outlines. An informal topic outline is the same as a sentence outline, except you use words or phrases instead of complete sentences. Words and phrases keep the outline short and easier to comprehend. All the headings, however, must be written in parallel structure. Here is the informal topic outline that Mariah constructed for the essay she is developing. Her purpose is to inform, and her audience is a general audience of her fellow college students. Notice how Mariah begins with her thesis statement. She then arranges her main points and supporting details in outline form using short phrases in parallel grammatical structure. 155. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Checklist 5.2. Writing an effective topic outline. This checklist can help you write an effective topic outline for your assignment. It will also help you discover where you may need to do additional reading or pre-writing. Do I have a controlling idea that guides the development of the entire piece of writing? Do I have 3 or more main points that I want to make in this piece of writing? Does each main point connect to my controlling idea? Is my outline in the best order, chronological order, spatial order, or order of importance for me to present my main points? Will this order help me get my main point across? Do I have supporting details that will help me inform, explain, or prove my main points? Do I need to add more support? If so, where? Do I need to make any adjustments in my working thesis statement before I consider it the final version? Writing at work. Word processing programs generally have an automatic numbering feature that can be used to prepare outlines. This feature automatically sets indents and lets you use the tab key to arrange information just as you would in an outline. Although in business this style might be acceptable, in college or university, your instructor might have different requirements. Teach yourself how to customize the levels of outline numbering in your word processing program to fit your instructor's preferences. Self-practice exercise 5.8. Using the working thesis statement you wrote in self-practice exercise 5.3 and the reading you did in section 5.1, apply pre-writing models, construct a topic outline for your essay. Be sure to observe correct outline form, including correct indentions and the use of Roman and Arabic numerals and capital letters. Writing for Success 156. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your outline. Point out areas of interest from your classmate's outline and what you would like to learn more about. Self-practice exercise 5.9. Refer to the previous exercise and select 3 of your most compelling reasons to support the thesis statement. Remember that the points you choose must be specific and relevant to the thesis. The statements you choose will be your primary support points, and you will later incorporate them into the topic sentences for the body paragraphs. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers, constructing formal or sentence outlines. A sentence outline is the same as the topic outline, except you use complete sentences instead of words or phrases. Complete sentences create clarity and can advance you one step closer to a draft in the writing process. Here is the formal sentence outline that Mariah constructed for the essay she is developing. Tip: the information compiled under each Roman numeral will become a paragraph in your final paper. Mariah's outline follows the standard 5-paragraph essay arrangement, but longer essays will require. 157. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. More paragraphs and thus more Roman numerals. If you think that a paragraph might become too long, add an additional paragraph to your outline, renumbering the main points appropriately. Tip: as you are building on your previously created outlines, avoid saving over the previous version. Instead, save the revised outline under a new file name. This way, you will still have a copy of the original and any earlier versions in case you want to look back at them. Writing at work. PowerPoint presentations, used both in schools and in the workplace, are organized in a way very similar to formal outlines. PowerPoint presentations often contain information in the form of talking points that the presenter develops with more details and examples than are contained on the PowerPoint slide. Self-practice exercise 5.10. Expand the topic outline you prepared in self-practice exercise 5.7 to make it a sentence outline. In this outline, be sure to include multiple supporting points for your main topic, even if your topic outline does not contain them. Be sure to observe correct outline form, including correct indentions and the use of Roman and Arabic numerals and capital letters. Key takeaways. Writers must put their ideas in order so the assignment makes sense. The most common orders are chronological order, spatial order, and order of importance. After gathering and evaluating the information you found for your essay, the next step is to write a working or preliminary thesis statement. The working thesis statement expresses the main idea you want to develop in the entire piece of writing. It can be modified as you continue the writing process. Effective writers prepare a formal outline to organize their main ideas and supporting details in the order they will be presented. A topic outline uses words and phrases to express Effective writers prepare a formal outline to organize their main ideas and supporting details in the order they will be presented. A topic outline uses words and phrases to express the ideas. A sentence outline uses complete sentences to express the ideas. The writer's thesis statement begins the outline, and the outline ends with suggestions for the concluding paragraph. Writing for Success 158. 5.4 Organizing your writing. Learning objectives. Understand how and why organizational techniques help writers and readers stay focused. Assess how and when to use chronological order to organize an essay. Recognize how and when to use order of importance to organize an essay. Determine how and when to use spatial order to organize an essay. The method of organization you choose for your essay is just as important as its content. Without a clear organizational pattern, your reader could become confused and lose interest. The way you structure your essay helps your readers draw connections between the body and the thesis, and the structure also keeps you focused as you plan and write the essay. Choosing your organizational pattern before you outline ensures that each body paragraph works to support and develop your thesis. This section covers 3 ways to organize body paragraphs: chronological order of importance, spatial order. When you begin to draft your essay, your ideas may seem to flow from your mind in a seemingly random manner. Your readers, who bring to the table different backgrounds, viewpoints, and ideas, need you to clearly organize these ideas in order to help process and accept them. A solid organizational pattern gives your ideas a path that you can follow as you develop your draft. Knowing how you will organize your paragraphs allows you to better express and analyze your thoughts. Planning the structure of your essay before you choose supporting evidence helps you conduct more effective and targeted research. Chronological order. In Chapter 4, What Are You Writing, to Whom, and How? You learned that chronological arrangement has the following purposes: to explain the history of an event or a topic, to tell a story or relate an experience, to explain how to do or to make something, to explain the steps in a process. Chronological order is mostly used in expository writing, which is a form of writing that narrates, describes, informs, or explains a process. When using chronological order, arrange the events in the order that they actually happened, or will happen if you are giving instructions. This method requires you to use words such as first, second, then, after that, later, and finally. These transitional words guide you and your reader through the paper as you expand your thesis. For example, if you are writing an essay about the history of the airline industry, you would begin with its conception and detail the essential timeline events up until present day. You would follow the chain of events using words such as first, then, next, and so on. 159. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Writing at work. At some point in your career, you may have to file a complaint with your human resources department. Using chronological order is a useful tool in describing the events that led up to your filing the grievance. You would logically lay out the events in the order that they occurred using the key transitional words. The more logical your complaint, the more likely you will be well received and helped. Keep in mind that chronological order is most appropriate for the following purposes: writing essays containing heavy research, writing essays with the aim of listing, explaining, or narrating, writing essays that analyze literary works such as poems, plays, or books. Tip: when using chronological order, your introduction should indicate the information you will cover and in what order, and establish the relevance of the information. Your body paragraphs should then provide clear divisions or steps in chronology. You can divide your paragraphs by time such as decades, wars, or other historical events, or by the same structure of the work you are examining, such as a line-by-line explication of a poem. Self-practice exercise 5.1. 1. On a sheet of paper, write a paragraph that describes a process you are familiar with and can do well. Assume that your reader is unfamiliar with the procedure. Remember to use the chronological keywords, such as first, second, then, and finally. Order of importance. Recall from Chapter 4, what are you writing, to whom, and how? That order of importance is best used for the following purposes: persuading and convincing, ranking items by their importance, benefit, or significance, illustrating a situation, problem, or solution. Most essays move from the least to the most important point, and the paragraphs are arranged in an effort to build the essay's strength. Sometimes, however, it is necessary to begin with your most important supporting point, such as in an essay that contains a thesis that is highly debatable. When writing a persuasive essay, it is best to begin with the most important point because it immediately captivates your readers and compels them to continue reading. For example, if you are supporting your thesis that homework is detrimental to the education of high school students, you would want to present your most convincing argument first, and then move on to the less important points for your case. Some key transitional words you should use with this method of organization are most importantly, almost as importantly, just as importantly, and finally. Writing for Success 160. Writing at work. During your career, you may be required to work on a team that devises a strategy for a specific goal of your company, such as increasing profits. When planning your strategy, you should organize your steps in order of importance. This demonstrates the ability to prioritize and plan. Using the order of importance technique also shows that you can create a resolution with logical steps for accomplishing a common goal. Self-practice exercise 5.12. On a sheet of paper, write a paragraph that discusses a passion of yours. Your passion could be music, a particular sport, filmmaking, and so on. Your paragraph should be built on the reasons why you feel so strongly. Briefly discuss your reasons in the order of least to greatest importance. Spatial order. As stated in Chapter 4, what are you writing, to whom, and how? Spatial order is best used for the following purposes: helping readers visualize something as you want them to see it, evoking a scene using the senses sight, touch, taste, smell, and sound. Writing a descriptive essay. Spatial order means that you explain or describe objects as they are arranged around you in your space, for example, in a bedroom. As the writer, you create a picture for your reader, whose perspective is the viewpoint from which you describe what is around you. The view must move in an orderly, logical progression, giving the reader clear directional signals to follow from place to place. The key to using this method is to choose a specific starting point and then guide the reader to follow your eye as it moves in an orderly trajectory from your starting point. Pay attention to the following student's description of her bedroom and how she guides the reader through the viewing process, foot by foot. 161. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. The paragraph incorporates 2 objectives you have learned in this chapter, using an implied topic sentence and applying spatial order. Often in a descriptive essay, the 2 work together. The following are possible transitional words and phrases to include when using spatial order: just to the left or just to the right behind, between, on the left or on the right, across from a little further down, to the south, to the east, and so on a few yards away, turning left or turning right. Self-practice exercise 513. On a sheet of paper, write a paragraph using spatial order that describes your commute to work, school, or another location you visit often. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Self-practice exercise 5.14. Look back at your outline from self-practice exercise 5.9. Please share your formal sentence outline with a classmate and together evaluate whether you have organized your points chronologically, by order of importance, or spatially. Discuss if you have organized your paragraphs in the most appropriate and logical way. In the next chapter, you will build on this formal sentence outline to create a draft and develop your ideas further. Do not worry, you are not expected to have a completed paper at this point. You will be expanding on your sentences to form paragraphs and complete, well-developed ideas. Key takeaways. The way you organize your body paragraphs ensures you and your readers stay focused on and draw connections to your thesis statement. A strong organizational pattern allows you to articulate, analyze, and clarify your thoughts. Planning the organizational structure for your essay before you begin to search for supporting evidence helps you conduct more effective and directed research. Writing for success 162. Chronological order is most commonly used in expository writing. It is useful for explaining the history of your subject, for telling a story, or for explaining a process. Order of importance is most appropriate in a persuasion paper, as well as for essays in which you rank things, people, or events by their significance. Spatial order describes things as they are arranged in space and is best for helping readers visualize something as you want them to see it. It creates a dominant impression. Supplemental exercises. On a separate sheet of paper, choose one of the examples of a proper thesis statement from this chapter, one that interests you, and form 3 supporting points for that statement. After you have formed your 3 points, write a topic sentence for each body paragraph. Make sure that your topic sentences can be backed up with examples and details. Group activity. Choose one of the topics from self-practice exercise 5.4 and form a yes-no question about that topic. Then take a survey of the people in your class to find out how they feel about the subject. Using the majority vote, ask those people to write on slips of paper the reasons for their opinion. Using the data you collect, form a thesis statement based on your classmates' perspectives on the topic and their reasons. On a separate sheet of a paper, write an introduction for an essay based on the thesis statement from the group activity using the techniques for introductory paragraphs that you learned in this chapter. Start a journal in which you record spoken thesis statements. Start listening closely to the opinions expressed by your teachers, classmates, friends, and family members. Ask them to provide at least 3 reasons for their opinion and record them in the journal. Use this as material for future essays. Open a magazine and read a lengthy article. See if you can pinpoint the thesis statement as well as the topic sentence for each paragraph and its supporting details. Journal entry 5th. Write 2 to 3 paragraphs responding to the following. Think back to times when you had to write a paper and perhaps struggled to get started. What did you learn this week that you will apply in future assignments to get the ideas flowing? Reflect on all of the content you have learned so far. What did you find challenging but are now more confident with? What, if anything, still confuses you or you know you need to practice more? How have your study skills, time management, and overall writing improved over the past month? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing without overly considering formal writing structures. But remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but will not read all of the journals until next week. Chapter 6, Working Toward the End Product, Composing a Draft. 6.1, Writing Body Paragraphs. Learning Objectives. Select primary support related to your thesis. Support your topic sentences. Once you have completed your formal sentence outline, you will need to expand on that framework to create your expository essay. As much as you may be wanting to just get your ideas down and submit your paper, in order to make sure you are submitting a well-developed and strong essay, you need to make sure you are providing strong supporting ideas, developing paragraphs so they will fit together logically to best convince your reader, creating a strong introduction and conclusion, and revising your paper to catch issues you may have missed or not been aware of when writing. In this chapter, we will look at putting the pieces together to form a complete, revised, and supported expository essay, which you will need to submit next week. If your thesis gives the reader a roadmap to your essay, then body paragraphs should closely follow that map. The reader should be able to predict what follows your introductory paragraph by simply reading the thesis statement. The body paragraphs present the evidence you have gathered to confirm your thesis. Before you begin to support your thesis in the body, you must find information from a variety of sources that support and give credit to what you are trying to prove. Select primary support for your thesis. Without primary support, your argument is not likely to be convincing. Primary support can be described as the major points you choose to expand on your thesis. It is the most important information you select to argue for your point of view. Each point you choose will be incorporated into the topic sentence for each body paragraph you write. Your primary supporting points are further supported by supporting details within the paragraphs. Tip: remember that a worthy argument is backed by examples. In order to construct a valid argument, good writers conduct a lot of background research and take careful notes. They also talk to people knowledgeable about a topic in order to understand its implications before writing about it. 163. Writing for Success. 164. Identify the characteristics of good primary support. In order to fulfill the requirements of good primary support, the information you choose must meet the following standards. Be specific. The main points you make about your thesis and the examples you use to expand on those points need to be specific. Use specific examples to provide the evidence and to build upon your general ideas. These types of examples give your readers something narrow to focus on, and if used properly, they leave little doubt about your claim. General examples, while they convey the necessary information, are not nearly as compelling or useful in writing because they are too obvious and typical. Be relevant to the thesis. Primary support is considered strong when it relates directly to the thesis. Primary support should show, explain, or prove your main argument without delving into irrelevant details. When faced with a lot of information that could be used to prove your thesis, you may think you need to include it all in your body paragraphs. But effective writers resist the temptation to lose focus. Choose your examples wisely by making sure they directly connect to your thesis. Be detailed. Remember that your thesis, while specific, should not be very detailed. The body paragraphs are where you develop the discussion that a thorough essay requires. Using detailed support shows readers that you have considered all the facts and chosen only the most precise details to enhance your point of view. Pre-write to identify primary supporting points for a thesis statement. Recall that when you pre-write, you essentially make a list of examples or reasons why you support your stance. Stemming from each point, you further provide details to support those reasons. After pre-writing, you are then able to look back at the information and choose the most compelling pieces you will use in your body paragraphs. Select the most effective primary supporting points for a thesis statement. After you have pre-written about your working thesis statement, you may have generated a lot of information, which may be edited out later. Remember that your primary support must be relevant to your thesis. Remind yourself of your main argument and delete any ideas that do not directly relate to it. Omitting unrelated ideas ensures that you will use only the most convincing information in your body paragraphs. Choose at least 3 of the most compelling points. These will serve as the topic sentences for your body paragraphs. When you support your thesis, you are revealing evidence. Evidence includes anything that can help support your stance. The following are the kinds of evidence you will encounter as you conduct your research. Facts. Facts are the best kind of evidence to use because they often cannot be disputed. They can support your stance by providing background information on or a solid foundation for your point of view. However, some facts may still need explanation. For example, the sentence, "The most populated province in Canada is Ontario," is a pure fact, but it may require some explanation to make it relevant to your specific argument. Judgments. Judgments are conclusions drawn from the given facts. Judgments are more credible than opinions because they are founded upon careful reasoning and examination of a topic. Testimony. Testimony consists of direct quotations from either an eyewitness or an expert witness. An eyewitness is someone who has direct experience with a subject. The witness adds authenticity to an 165. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Argument based on facts. An expert witness is a person who has extensive experience with a topic. This person studies the facts and provides commentary based on either facts or judgments, or both. An expert witness adds authority and credibility to an argument. Personal observation. Personal observation is similar to testimony, but personal observation consists of your testimony. It reflects what you know to be true, because you have experiences and have formed either opinions or judgments about them. For instance, if you are one of 5 children and your thesis states that being part of a large family is beneficial to a child's social development, you could use your own experience to support your thesis. Writing at work. In any job where you devise a plan, you will need to support the steps that you lay out. This is an area in which you would incorporate primary support into your writing. Choosing only the most specific and relevant information to expand upon the steps will ensure that your plan appears well thought out and precise. Tip: you can consult a vast pool of resources to gather support for your stance. Citing relevant information from reliable sources ensures that your reader will take you seriously and consider your assertions. Use any of the following sources for your essay: newspapers or news organization websites, magazines, encyclopedias, and scholarly journals, which are periodicals that address topics in a specialized field. Choose supporting topic sentences. Each body paragraph contains a topic sentence that states one aspect of your thesis and then expands upon it. Like the thesis statement, each topic sentence should be specific and supported by concrete details, facts, or explanations. Each body paragraph should comprise the following elements: topic sentence plus supporting details, examples, reasons, or arguments. As you read in Chapter 5, putting your ideas into your own words and paragraphs. Topic sentences indicate the location and main points of the basic arguments of your essay. These sentences are vital to writing your body paragraphs because they always refer back to and support your thesis statement. Topic sentences are linked to the ideas you have introduced in your thesis, thus reminding readers what your essay is about. A paragraph without a clearly identified topic sentence may be unclear and scattered, just like an essay without a thesis statement. Tip: unless your teacher instructs otherwise, you should include at least 3 body paragraphs in your essay. A 5-paragraph section essay, including the introduction and conclusion, is commonly the standard for exams and essay assignments. Consider the following the thesis statement. Writing for Success 166th. Author J.D. Salinger relied primarily on his personal life and belief system as the foundation for the themes in the majority of his works. The following topic sentence is a primary support point for the thesis. The topic sentence states exactly what the controlling idea of the paragraph is. Later, you will see the writer immediately provide support for the sentence. Salinger, a World War II veteran, suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, a disorder that influenced themes in many of his works. Self-Practice Exercise 6.1. In Self-Practice Exercise 5.9, you chose 3 of your most convincing points to support the thesis statement you wrote. Now we are going to build onto the formal sentence outline you constructed in Self-Practice Exercise 5.14. Take each point and incorporate it into a topic sentence for each body paragraph. Supporting point 1, topic sentence. Supporting point 2, topic sentence. Supporting point 3, topic sentence. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Draft supporting detail sentences for each primary support sentence. After deciding which primary support points you will use as your topic sentences, you must add details to clarify and demonstrate each of those points. These supporting details provide examples, facts, or evidence that support the topic sentence. The writer drafts possible supporting detail sentences for each primary support sentence based on the thesis statement. 167. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. The following paragraph contains supporting detail sentences for the primary support sentence, the topic sentence, which is underlined. Writing for Success 168. Self-Practice Exercise 6.2. Using the 3 topic sentences you composed for the thesis statement in Self-Practice Exercise 6.1, draft at least 3 supporting details for each point. Thesis statement. Primary supporting point 1, supporting details. Primary supporting point 2, supporting details. Primary supporting point 3, supporting details. Tip. You have the option of writing your topic sentences in one of 3 ways. You can state it at the beginning of the body paragraph or at the end of the paragraph, or you do not have to write it at all. One that is not written at all is called an implied topic sentence. An implied topic sentence lets readers form the main idea for themselves. For beginning writers, it is best to not use implied topic sentences because it makes it harder to focus your writing. Your instructor may also want to clearly identify the sentences that support your thesis. Tip: print out the first draft of your essay and use a highlighter to mark your topic sentences in the body paragraphs. Make sure they are clearly stated and accurately present your paragraphs, as well as accurately reflect your thesis. If your topic sentence contains information that does not exist in the rest of the paragraph, rewrite it to more accurately match the rest of the paragraph. Key takeaways. Your body paragraph should closely follow the path set forth by your thesis statement. Strong body paragraphs contain evidence that supports your thesis. 169. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Primary support comprises the most important points you use to support your thesis. Strong primary support is specific, detailed, and relevant to the thesis. Pre-writing helps you determine your most compelling primary support. Evidence includes facts, judgments, testimony, and personal observation. Reliable sources may include newspapers, magazines, academic journals, books, encyclopedias, and first-hand testimony. A topic sentence presents one point of your thesis statement, while the information in the rest of the paragraph supports that point. A body paragraph comprises a topic sentence plus supporting details. 6.2. Writing introductory and concluding paragraphs. Learning objectives. Recognize the importance of strong introductory and concluding paragraphs. Learn to engage the reader immediately with the introductory paragraph practice, concluding your essays in a more memorable way. Picture your introduction. As a storefront window, you have a certain amount of space to attract your customers, readers to your goods subject, and bring them inside your store discussion. Once you have enticed them with something intriguing, you then point them in a specific direction and try to make the sale, convince them to accept your thesis. Your introduction is an invitation to your readers to consider what you have to say, and then to follow your train of thought as you expand upon your thesis statement. An introduction serves the following purposes: establishes your voice and tone, or your attitude, toward the subject, introduces the general topic of the essay states. The thesis that will be supported in the body paragraphs provides signposts of what you will discuss in your essay. First impressions are crucial and can leave lasting effects in your reader's mind, which is why the introduction is so important to your essay. If your introductory paragraph is dull or disjointed, your reader probably will not have much interest in continuing with the essay. Attracting interest in your introductory paragraph. Your introduction should begin with an engaging statement devised to provoke your reader's interest. In Writing for Success 170. The next few sentences, introduce them to your topic by stating general facts or ideas about the subject. As you move deeper into your introduction, you gradually narrow the focus, moving closer to your thesis. Moving smoothly and logically from your introductory remarks to your thesis statement can be achieved using a funnel technique, as illustrated in Figure 6.1, Funnel Technique. Figure 6.1, Funnel Technique. Self-practice exercise 6.3. On a sheet of paper, jot down a few general remarks that you can make about the topic for which you formed a thesis in self-practice exercise 5.7. Immediately capturing your reader's interest increases the chances of having them read what you are about to discuss. You can garner curiosity for your essay in a number of ways. Try to get your readers personally involved by doing any of the following: appealing to their emotions using logic, beginning with a provocative question or opinion opening with a startling statistic or surprising fact. Raising a question or series of questions, presenting an explanation or rationalization for your essay opening with a relevant quotation or incident opening with a striking image, including a personal anecdote. Tip: remember that your diction, or word choice, while always important, is most crucial in your 171. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Introductory paragraph. Boring diction could extinguish any desire a person might have to read through your discussion. Choose words that create images or express action. In Chapter 5, Putting the Pieces Together with a Thesis Statement, you followed Mariah as she moved through the writing process. In this chapter, Mariah writes her introduction and conclusion for the same essay. Mariah incorporates some of the introductory elements into her introductory paragraph, which she previously outlined. Her thesis statement is underlined. Tip: if you have trouble coming up with a provocative statement for your opening, it is a good idea to use a relevant, attention-grabbing quote about your topic. Use a search engine to find statements made by historical or significant figures about your subject. Writing at work. In your job field, you may be required to write a speech for an event, such as an awards banquet or a dedication ceremony. The introduction of a speech is similar to an essay because you have a limited amount of space to attract your audience's attention. Using the same techniques, such as a provocative quote or an interesting statistic, is an effective way to engage your listeners. Using the funnel approach also introduces your audience to your topic and then presents your main idea in a logical manner. Self-practice exercise 6.4. Reread each sentence in Mariah's introductory paragraph. Indicate which techniques she used and comment on how each sentence is designed to attract her reader's interest. Writing a conclusion. It is not unusual to want to rush when you approach your conclusion, and even experienced writers may. Writing for Success 172. Fade by the time they get to the end. But what good writers remember is that it is vital to put just as much attention into the conclusion as the rest of the essay. After all, a hasty ending can undermine an otherwise strong essay. A conclusion that does not correspond to the rest of your essay, has loose ends, or is unorganized, can unsettle your readers and raise doubts about the entire essay. However, if you have worked hard to write the introduction and body, your conclusion can often be the most logical part to compose. The anatomy of a strong conclusion. Keep in mind that the ideas in your conclusion must conform to the rest of your essay. In order to tie these components together, restate your thesis at the beginning of your conclusion. This helps you assemble, in an orderly fashion, all the information you have explained in the body. Repeating your thesis reminds your readers of the major arguments you have been trying to prove and also indicates that your essay is drawing to a close. A strong conclusion also reviews your main points and emphasizes the importance of the topic. The construction of the conclusion is similar to the introduction, in which you make general introductory statements and then present your thesis. The difference is that in the conclusion, you first paraphrase, or state in different words, your thesis, and then follow up with general concluding remarks. These sentences should progressively broaden the focus of your thesis and maneuver your readers out of the essay. Many writers like to end their essays with a final emphatic statement. This strong closing statement will cause your readers to continue thinking about the implications of your essay. It will make your conclusion, and thus your essay, more memorable. Another powerful technique is to challenge your readers to make a change in either their thoughts or their actions. Challenging your readers to see the subject through new eyes is a powerful way to ease yourself and your readers out of the essay. Tip: when closing your essay, do not expressly state that you are drawing to a close. Relying on statements such as in conclusion, it is clear that, as you can see, or in summation, is unnecessary and can be considered trite. Tip: avoid doing any of the following in your conclusion. Introducing new material contradicting your thesis. Changing your thesis using apologies or disclaimers. Introducing new material in your conclusion has an unsettling effect on your reader. When you raise new points, you make your reader want more information, which you could not possibly provide in the limited space of your final paragraph. Contradicting or changing your thesis statement causes your readers to think that you do not actually have a conviction about your topic. After all, you have spent several paragraphs adhering to a singular point of view. When you change sides or open up your point of view in the conclusion, your reader becomes less inclined to believe your original argument. 173. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. By apologizing for your opinion or stating that you know it is tough to digest, you are in fact admitting that even you know what you have discussed is irrelevant or unconvincing. You do not want your readers to feel this way. Effective writers stand by their thesis statement and do not stray from it. Self-practice exercise 6.5. On a sheet of a paper, restate your thesis from self-practice exercise 5.7 and then make some general concluding remarks. Next, compose a final emphatic statement. Finally, incorporate what you have written into a strong conclusion paragraph for your essay. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Mariah incorporates some of these pointers into her conclusion. She has paraphrased her thesis statement in the first sentence. Tip: make sure your essay is balanced by not having an excessively long or short introduction or conclusion. Check that they match each other in length as closely as possible, and try to mirror the formula you used in each. Parallelism strengthens the message of your essay. Writing at work. On the job, you will sometimes give oral presentations based on research you have conducted. A concluding statement to an oral report contains the same elements as a written conclusion. You should wrap up your presentation by restating the purpose, reviewing the main points, and emphasizing the importance of the material you presented. A strong conclusion will leave a lasting impression on your audience. Key takeaways. A strong opening captures your readers' interest and introduces them to your topic before you. Writing for Success 174th. Present your thesis statement. An introduction should restate your thesis, review your main points, and emphasize the importance of the topic. The funnel technique to writing the introduction begins with generalities and gradually narrows your focus until you present your thesis. A good introduction engages people's emotions or logic, questions or explains the subject, or provides a striking image or quotation. Carefully chosen diction in both the introduction and conclusion prevents any confusing or boring ideas. A conclusion that does not connect to the rest of the essay can diminish the effect of your paper. The conclusion should remain true to your thesis statement. It is best to avoid changing your tone or your main idea and avoid introducing any new material. Closing with a final emphatic statement provides closure for your readers and makes your essay more memorable. 6.3 Drafting. Learning objectives. Identify drafting strategies that improve writing. Use drafting strategies to prepare the first draft of an essay. Drafting is the stage of the writing process in which you develop a complete first version of a piece of writing. Even professional writers admit that an empty page scares them because they feel they need to come up with something fresh and original every time they open a blank document on their computers. Because you have completed the first 2 steps in the writing process, you have already recovered from empty page syndrome. You have hours of pre-writing and planning already done. You know what will go on that blank page, what you wrote in your outline. Getting started, strategies for drafting. Your objective for this portion is to draft the body paragraphs of a standard 5-paragraph essay. A 5-paragraph essay contains an introduction, 3 body paragraphs, and a conclusion. If you are more comfortable starting on paper than on the computer, you can begin that way and then later type it before. 175. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. You revise. You can also use a voice recorder to get yourself started, dictating a paragraph or 2 to get you thinking. In this lesson, Mariah does all her work on the computer, but you may use pen and paper or the computer to write a rough draft, making the writing process work for you. What makes the writing process so beneficial to writers is that it encourages alternatives to standard practices while motivating you to develop your best ideas. For instance, the following approaches, done alone or in combination with others, may improve your writing and help you move forward in the writing process. Begin writing with the part you know the most about. You can start with the 3rd paragraph in your outline if ideas come easily to mind. You can start with the 2nd paragraph or the 1st paragraph too. Although paragraphs may vary in length, keep in mind that short paragraphs may contain insufficient support. Readers may also think the writing is abrupt. Long paragraphs may be wordy and may lose your reader's interest. As a guideline, try to write paragraphs longer than 1 sentence, but shorter than the length of an entire double-spaced page. Write 1 paragraph at a time and then stop. As long as you complete the assignment on time, you may choose how many paragraphs you complete in 1 sitting. Pace yourself. On the other hand, try not to procrastinate. Writers should always meet their deadlines. Take short breaks to refresh your mind. This tip might be most useful if you are writing a multi-page report or essay. Still, if you are impatient or cannot concentrate, take a break to let your mind rest. But do not let breaks extend too long. If you spend too much time away from your essay, you may have trouble starting again. You may forget key points or lose momentum. Try setting an alarm to limit your break, and when the time is up, return to your desk to write. Be reasonable with your goals. If you decide to limit your breaks to 10 minutes, try to stick to that goal. If you told yourself that you need more facts, then commit to finding them. Holding yourself to your own goals will create successful writing assignments. Keep your audience and purpose in mind as you write. These aspects of writing are just as important when you are writing a single paragraph for your essay as when you are considering the direction of the entire essay. Of all of these considerations, keeping your purpose and your audience at the front of your mind is the most important to writing success. If your purpose is to persuade, for example, you will present your facts and details in the most logical and convincing way you can. Your purpose will guide your mind as you compose your sentences. Your audience will guide word choice. Are you writing for experts, for a general audience, for other students, or for people who know very little about your topic? Keep asking yourself what your readers, with their background and experience, need to be told in order to understand your ideas. How can you best express your ideas so they are totally clear and your communication is effective? Tip: you may want to identify your purpose and audience on an index card that you clip to your paper or keep next to your computer. On that card, you may want to write notes to yourself, perhaps about what that audience might not know or what it needs to know, so that you will be sure to address those issues when you write. It may be a good idea to also state exactly what you want to explain to that audience, or to inform them of, or to persuade them about. Writing at work. Writing for Success 176. Many of the documents you produce at work target a particular audience for a particular purpose. You may find that it is highly advantageous to know as much as you can about your target audience and to prepare your message to reach that audience, even if the audience is a coworker or your boss. Menu language is a common example. Descriptions like organic romaine and free-range chicken are intended to appeal to a certain type of customer, though perhaps not to the same customer who craves a thick steak. Similarly, mail order companies research the demographics of the people who buy their merchandise. Successful vendors customize product descriptions and catalogs to appeal to their buyers' tastes. For example, the product descriptions in a skateboarder catalog will differ from the descriptions in a clothing catalog for mature adults. Setting goals for your first draft. A draft is a complete version of a piece of writing, but it is not the final version. The step in the writing process after drafting, as you may remember, is revising. During revising, you will have the opportunity to make changes to your first draft before you put the finishing touches on it during the editing and proofreading stages. A first draft gives you a working version that you can later improve. Self-practice exercise 6.6. Using the topic for the essay that you outlined in section 5.3, outlining, describe your purpose and your audience as specifically as you can. Use your own sheet of paper to record your responses. Then keep these responses near you during future stages of the writing process. My purpose, my audience, writing at work. Workplace writing in certain environments is done by teams of writers who collaborate on the planning, writing, and revising of documents, such as long reports, technical manuals, and the results of scientific research. Collaborators do not need to be in the same room, the same building, or even the same city. Many collaborations are conducted over the internet. In a perfect collaboration, each contributor has the right to add, edit, and delete text. Strong. 177. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Communication skills, in addition to strong writing skills, are important in this kind of writing situation because disagreements over style, content, process, emphasis, and other issues may arise. The collaborative software or document management systems that groups use to work on common projects is sometimes called groupware or workgroup support systems. The reviewing tool on some word processing programs also gives you access to a collaborative tool that many smaller work groups use when they exchange documents. You can also use it to leave comments to yourself. Tip: if you invest some time now to investigate how the reviewing tool in your word processor works, you will be able to use it with confidence during the revision stage of the writing process. Then, when you start to revise, set your reviewing tool to track any changes you make, so you will be able to tinker with text and commit to only those final changes you want to keep. Discovering the basic elements of a first draft. If you have been using the information in this chapter step by step to help you develop an assignment, you already have both a formal topic outline and a formal sentence outline to direct your writing. Knowing what a first draft looks like will help you make the creative leap from the outline to the first draft. A first draft should include the following elements: an introduction that piques the audience's interest, tells what the essay is about, and motivates readers to keep reading. A thesis statement that presents the main point or controlling idea of the entire piece of writing, a topic sentence in each paragraph that states the main idea of the paragraph and implies how that main idea connects to the thesis statement. Supporting sentences in each paragraph that develop or explain the topic sentence. These can be specific facts, examples, anecdotes, or other details that elaborate on the topic sentence. A conclusion that reinforces the thesis statement and leaves the audience with a feeling of completion. These elements follow the standard 5-paragraph essay format, which you probably first encountered in high school. In section 4.1, expository essays, you read that you should consider these as sections instead of just paragraphs because you will, at times, have to write a paper that needs to have more than 5 paragraphs because some ideas need more development or support. For now, however, Mariah focuses on writing the 3 body paragraphs from her outline. The role of topic sentences. Topic sentences make the structure of a text and the writer's basic arguments easy to locate and comprehend. In post-secondary writing, using a topic sentence in each paragraph of the essay is the standard rule. However, the topic sentence does not always have to be the first sentence in your paragraph, even if it's the first item in your formal outline. Tip: when you begin to draft your paragraphs, You should follow your outline fairly closely. After all, you, Writing for Success 178, spent valuable time developing those ideas. However, as you begin to express your ideas in complete sentences, it might strike you that the topic sentence might work better at the end of the paragraph or in the middle. Try it. Writing a draft by its nature is a good time for experimentation. The topic sentence can be the first, middle, or final sentence in a paragraph. The assignment's audience and purpose will often determine where a topic sentence belongs. When the purpose of the assignment is to persuade, for example, the topic sentence should be the first sentence in a paragraph. In a persuasive essay, the writer's point of view should be clearly expressed at the beginning of each paragraph. Choosing where to position the topic sentence depends not only on your audience and purpose, but also on the essay's arrangement or order. When you organize information according to order of importance, the topic sentence may be the final sentence in a paragraph. All the supporting sentences build up to the topic sentence. Chronological order may also position the topic sentence as the final sentence, because the controlling idea of the paragraph may make the most sense at the end of a sequence. When you organize information according to spatial order, a topic sentence may appear as the middle sentence in a paragraph. An essay arranged by spatial order often contains paragraphs that begin with descriptions. A reader may first need a visual in mind before understanding the development of the paragraph. When the topic sentence is in the middle, it unites the details that come before it with the ones that come after it. Tip: as you read critically throughout the writing process, keep topic sentences in mind. You may discover topic sentences that are not always located at the beginning of a paragraph. For example, fiction writers customarily use topic ideas, either expressed or implied, to move readers through their text. In nonfiction writing, such as the kind you read in popular magazines, topic sentences are often used when the author thinks it is appropriate, based on the audience and the purpose, of course. A single topic sentence might even control the development of a number of paragraphs. Developing topic sentences and thinking about their placement in a paragraph will prepare you to write the rest of the paragraph. Paragraphs. The paragraph is the main structural component of an essay as well as other forms of writing. Each paragraph of an essay adds another related main idea to support the writer's thesis or controlling idea. Each related main idea is supported and developed with facts, examples, and other details that explain it. By exploring and refining one main idea at a time, writers build a strong case for their thesis. Starting your first draft. Now we are finally ready to look over Mariah's shoulder as she begins to write her essay about digital technology and the confusing choices that consumers face. As she does, you should have in front of you your outline, with its thesis statement and topic sentences and the notes you wrote earlier in this lesson on your purpose and audience. Reviewing these will put both you, like Mariah, in the proper mindset to start. The following is Mariah's thesis statement. 179. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Here are the notes that Mariah wrote to herself to characterize her purpose and audience. Mariah chose to begin by writing a quick introduction based on her thesis statement. She knew that she would want to improve her introduction significantly when she revised. Right now, she just wanted to give herself a starting point. Tip: remember Mariah's other options. She could have started directly with any of the body paragraphs. You learn more about writing attention-getting introductions and effective conclusions in section 6.2, writing introductory and concluding paragraphs. With her thesis statement and her purpose and audience notes in front of her, Mariah then looked at her sentence outline. She chose to use that outline because it includes the topic sentences. The following is the portion of her outline for the first body paragraph. The Roman numeral 2 identifies the topic sentence for the paragraph. Capital letters indicate supporting details, and Arabic numerals label subpoints. Mariah then began to expand the ideas in her outline into a paragraph. Notice how the outline helped her guarantee that all her sentences in the body of the paragraph develop the topic sentence. Writing for Success 180. Tip: if you write your first draft on the computer, consider creating a new file folder for each course with a set of subfolders inside the course folders for each assignment you are given. Label the folders clearly with the course names, and label each assignment folder and word processing document with a title that you will easily recognize. The assignment name is a good choice for the document. Then use that subfolder to store all the drafts you create. When you start each new draft, do not just write over the last one. Instead, save the draft with a new tag after the title, Draft 1, Draft 2, and so on, so that you will have a complete history of drafts in case your instructor wishes you to submit them. In your documents, observe any formatting requirements for margins, headers, placement of page numbers, and other layout matters that your instructor requires. Self-practice exercise 6.7. Study how Mariah made the transition from her sentence outline to her first draft. First, copy her outline onto your own sheet of paper. Leave a few spaces between each part of the outline. Then copy sentences from Mariah's paragraph to align each sentence with its corresponding entry in her outline. Continuing the first draft, Mariah continued writing her essay, moving to the second and third body paragraphs. She had supporting details but no numbered subpoints in her outline, so she had to consult her pre-writing notes for specific information to include. 181. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip: if you decide to take a break between finishing your first body paragraph and starting the next one, do not start writing immediately when you return to your work. Put yourself back in context and in the mood by rereading what you have already written. This is what Mariah did. If she had stopped writing in the middle of writing the paragraph, she could have jotted down some quick notes to herself about what she would write next. Preceding each body paragraph that Mariah wrote is the appropriate section of her sentence outline. Notice how she expanded Roman numeral 3 from her outline into a first draft of the second body paragraph. As you read, ask yourself how closely she stayed on purpose and how well she paid attention to the needs of her audience. Mariah then began her third and final body paragraph using Roman numeral 4 from her outline. Writing for Success 182. Self-practice exercise 6.8. Reread body paragraphs 2 and 3 of the essay that Mariah is writing. Then answer the questions on below your own sheet of paper. In body paragraph 2, Mariah decided to develop her paragraph as a nonfiction narrative. Do you agree with her decision? Explain. How else could she have chosen to develop the paragraph? Why is that better? Compare the writing styles of paragraphs 2 and 3. What evidence do you have that Mariah was getting tired or running out of steam? What advice would you give her? Why? Choose one of these 2 body paragraphs. Write a version of your own that you think better fits Mariah's audience and purpose. Writing a title. A writer's best choice for a title is one that alludes to the main point of the entire essay, like the headline in a newspaper or the big, bold title in a magazine. An essay's title gives the audience a first peek at the content. If readers like the title, they are likely to keep reading. Following her outline carefully, Mariah crafted each paragraph of her essay. Moving step by step in the writing process, Mariah finished the draft and even included a brief concluding paragraph. She then decided, as the final touch for her writing session, to add an engaging title. 183. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Writing your own first draft. Now you may begin your own first draft. Follow the suggestions and the guidelines presented in this section. Follow the steps below and work through the process just as Mariah did to develop her essay. Also, your expository essay will be due next week, so focus on the first draft by the end of this week, then take the next week to look it over. In Chapter 12, you will learn more about final revisions and peer review, so for your later papers, you will be expected to complete a more thorough revision. For the expository essay, you will be expected to work through your first draft, and once you are finished that, you will need to do a basic revision and editing, looking for errors with spelling, homonyms, sentence construction, all of the grammar content we have covered so far. For now, work through the following steps. Ensure your supporting ideas actually support your thesis. Revise your thesis as required. Make sure it still addresses the initial topic you have chosen. Compose your paragraphs, sections, following your formal sentence outline. One section at a time, then double check you have included all information from your outline in your paragraph section. Check that your topic sentences support your thesis. Make sure the information in your paragraphs support your topic sentences. Insert transitional words if you have not done so already when composing your draft into paragraphs and to link paragraphs. When writing, be conscious of your tone and how it relates to your audience. Be careful when considering which words to use. Create an introduction that engages the reader. Create a conclusion that leaves your reader convinced and is memorable. Make sure all of your sentences are complete. Proofread for spelling mistakes. Remember to not depend too much on spelling and grammar checkers. Try to compile a references section using the JIBC APA style guide libguides.jibc.ca/APA. You will practice this later in this course, but for now, refer to the guide to see how to compose a complete reference page and be sure to include all of the sources you used. Include citations within your essay to show where and when you have taken information from an external source. Again, follow the JIBC APA style guide libguides.jibc.ca/APA. You will learn more about. This is a few weeks, but refer to the guide to see how to format your citations. You need to include a citation after each piece of information taken from a source, and you may use the same citation multiple times in a row. Try and get into the practice of doing this now because you will be expected to have these in all future papers to avoid plagiarism. Create a title page with interesting title, your name, your course name and number, your instructor's name, the date the paper is due. Writing for Success 184. Key takeaways. Make the writing process work for you. Use any and all of the strategies that help you move forward in the writing process. Always be aware of your purpose for writing and the needs of your audience. Cater to those needs in every sensible way. Remember to include all the key structural parts of an essay, a thesis statement that is part of your introductory paragraph, 3 or more body paragraphs as described in your outline, and a concluding paragraph. Then add an engaging title to draw in readers. Write paragraphs of an appropriate length for your writing assignment. Paragraphs at this level of writing can be a page long, as long as they cover the main topics in your outline. Use your topic outline or your sentence outline to guide the development of your paragraphs and the elaboration of your ideas. Each main idea, indicated by a Roman numeral in your outline, becomes the topic of a new paragraph. Develop it with the supporting details and the subpoints of those details that you included in your outline. Generally speaking, write your introduction and conclusion last, after you have fleshed out the body paragraphs. 6.4. The writing process. End of chapter exercises. Learning objectives. Use the skills you have learned in the chapter work collaboratively with other students. Work with a variety of academic and on-the-job, real-world examples. Supplemental exercises. In this chapter, you have thought and read about the topic of mass media, starting with the title, The Future of Information, how it will be created, transmitted, and consumed. Narrow the focus of the topic until it is suitable for a 2 to 3 page paper. Then narrow your topic with the help of brainstorming, idea mapping, and searching the internet until you select a final topic to explore. Keep a journal or diary in which you record and comment on everything you did to choose a final topic. Then record what you will do next to explore the idea and create a thesis statement. Write a thesis statement and a formal sentence outline for an essay about the writing process. Include separate paragraphs for pre-writing, drafting, and revising and editing. Your audience will be a general. 185. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Audience of educated adults who are unfamiliar with how writing is taught at the post-secondary level. Your purpose is to explain the stages of the writing process so that readers will understand its benefits. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Pieces of writing in a variety of real-life and work-related situations would benefit from revising and editing. Consider the following list of real-life and work-related pieces of writing: emails, greeting card messages, junk mail, late-night television commercials, social networking pages, local newspapers, bulletin board postings, and public notices. Find and submit at least 2 examples of writing that needs revision. Explain what changes you would make. Replace any recognizable names with pseudonyms. Group activity. At work, An employer might someday ask you to contribute to the research base for an essay such as the one Mariah wrote or the one you wrote while working through this chapter. Choosing either her topic or your own, compile a list of at least 5 sources. Then, working in a group of 4 students, bring in printouts or PDF files of internet sources or paper copies of non-internet sources for the other group members to examine. In a group report, rate the reliability of each other's sources. Group activity. Working in a peer review group of 4, go to section 6.3, drafting and reread the draft of the first 2 body paragraphs of Mariah's essay, Digital Technology, the Newest and the Best at What Price. Review those 2 paragraphs and suggest and agree on changes to improve unity and coherence. Eliminate unneeded words and refine word choice. Your purpose is to help Mariah produce 2 effective paragraphs for a formal post-secondary level essay about her topic. Journal entry 6. Write a paragraph or 2 responding to the following. How do you feel about beginning your expository essay draft? Which, if any, of the steps do you find intimidating? Or which steps do you find straightforward? You were given a few tips about making the writing process for you. Which of these did you try? How did breaking the writing process down into smaller stages work for you? What effect did this process have on the end result? What would have been different if you had just tackled your paper in one sitting? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing without overly considering formal writing structures, but you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will begin reading your journal package 1 this week. 2.5%. Chapter 7. Sources, choosing the right ones. Before now, we have looked at using expository essay forms as ways to construct essays. In this chapter, we will begin to 10 OK at being more critical, not only with the sources we choose, but also in how we compose our ideas. Also, this chapter will help you finalize the selection of your article for your critique. In the next chapter, you will have the opportunity to expand on the examples given and apply your own information and ideas to develop your critical essay. Before we begin that, we need to further examine how important it is to choose correct sources as supporting evidence for ideas. You will also explore different resources available to you where you can search to find supporting evidence because you cannot always rely on basic internet searches to help you find the best support available. You have already explored different topics you find interesting when coming up with a topic for your expository essay. And while the content of this chapter is relevant to conducting any type of research, consider the connection to finding a suitable academic article for your critique. You may have already come across an academic journal article you would like to be the basis for your critique. If you have, you still should apply the material in this chapter, as you may discover an article you would prefer to use. Also, you will need to apply the information in section 7.1, choosing a source to confirm whether the source you have chosen is appropriate. If you have not found an article yet, or discover the one you chose does not fit the parameters, the content below will help you find one that is both interesting and fits the parameters for your next essay. 7.1. Choosing a source. Learning objectives. Identify and apply the criteria for finding an academic journal article to critique. Identify key terminology on your topic to guide your article search. In the next chapter, you will learn more about the details of what makes a critique and how to write one. For a description of the critique requirements, refer to the assessment descriptions as part of the course overview in your syllabus. How choosing a source for a critique is different. Most essays focus on a topic, one you have narrowed down, and require a number of sources to back up the points or ideas. A critique, on the other hand, focuses on one source of information. Soon you will learn more about critiquing, but at this stage it is important to know this is the key difference between a critique and a research paper, because it will have an impact your choice of base and supplemental sources. However, you first need to choose a topic that you will then narrow in your search for an appropriate academic article to critique. Simply stated, then, a critique is typically a discussion. 186. 187. An author removed at the request of the original publisher, centered around one primary source. However, just as with any other essay, you may need to bring in supplemental sources to support the ideas you present in your discussion. While your next assignment stems around the one source you choose, you will need to look for other sources on the same topic in case you need them for background or supporting information, or to even present opposing points of view. For the critique you are required to write for your next assignment, the original source you will base your critical response on needs to meet the criteria outlined in Table 7.1, Source Selection Criteria. Table 7.1 Source Selection Criteria. It should not be on a topic interesting to you. It is better if it is something you react to strongly, positively, or negatively, because it is easier to generate ideas of what to critique when you have more of an emotional response. Be on a topic on which you have no opinion or background information. Be from an academic source, journal even. Though you may use an academic database to find your article, you may come across non-academic sources. Be from a website because this makes it difficult for citations and referencing. Be from a newspaper, print, or online because these are often biased. Contain language that is relatively straightforward. Some challenging vocabulary would be all right because you can critique this. Have a lot of challenging vocabulary. Forcing you to constantly refer to a dictionary, you may get bogged down in doing that and miss the main points the author is presenting. Be 5 to 10 pages in length, giving you enough content to choose a few points to discuss in depth. Be closer to 3 or as high as 20 pages. This will either provide you with too little content and you will be stuck for ideas, or it will give you too much and you will only cover the points superficially. Self-practice exercise 7.1. Take a few minutes to brainstorm ideas on a topic you find interesting. This may be the same one you used for your expository essay, or it may be another one entirely. Try to come up with preliminary ideas and different keywords or specific areas within that topic. Once you have brainstormed, write the keywords below for easy reference. You will later use these keywords when you are conducting your article search. Keywords. Writing for Success. 188. Table 7.1 gives you an idea of the technical criteria you need to meet when choosing a source for your next assignment. The next section will help you ensure you find a credible source and one that meets the requirement to use an appropriate academic source. 7.2 Strategies for gathering reliable information. Learning objectives. Distinguish between primary and secondary sources. Identify strategies for locating relevant print and electronic resources. Efficiently identify instances when it is appropriate to use human sources, such as interviews or eyewitness testimony. Identify criteria for evaluating research resources. Understand why many electronic resources are not reliable. Now that you have chosen your topic, you are ready to begin the research. This phase can be both exciting and challenging. As you read this section, you will learn ways to locate sources efficiently, so you have enough time to read the sources, take notes, and think about how to use the information. Of course, the technological advances of the past few decades, particularly the rise of online media, mean that, as a 21st century student, you have countless sources of information available at your fingertips. However, how can you tell whether a source is reliable? This section will discuss strategies for evaluating sources critically so that you can be a media-savvy researcher. 189. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Locating useful resources. When you chose a topic and determined your research questions, you conducted preliminary research to stimulate your thinking. Your proposal included some general ideas for how to go about your research. For instance, interviewing an expert in the field or analyzing the content of popular magazines. You may even have identified a few potential sources. Now it is time to conduct a more focused, systematic search for informative primary and secondary sources. Using primary and secondary sources. Writers classify research resources in two categories: primary sources and secondary sources. Primary sources are direct, first-hand sources of information or data. For example, if you were writing a paper about freedom of religion, The text of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms would be a primary source. Other primary sources include the following: research articles, literary texts, historical documents, such as diaries or letters, autobiographies, or other personal accounts. Secondary sources discuss, interpret, analyze, consolidate, or otherwise rework information from primary sources. In researching a paper about freedom of religion, you might read articles about legal cases that involved freedom of religion, or editorials expressing commentary on freedom of religion. These would be considered secondary sources, because they are one step removed from the primary source of information. The following are examples of secondary sources: magazine articles, biographical books, literary and scientific reviews, television documentaries. Your topic and purpose determine whether you must cite both primary and secondary sources in your paper. Ask yourself which sources are most likely to provide the information that will answer your research questions. If you are writing a research paper about reality television shows, you will need to use some reality shows as a primary source. But secondary sources, such as a reviewer's critique, are also important. If you are writing about the health effects of nicotine, you will probably want to read the published results of scientific studies, but secondary sources, such as magazine articles discussing the outcome of a recent study, may also be helpful. Once you have thought about what kinds of sources are most likely to help you answer your research questions, you may begin your search for print and electronic resources. The challenge is to conduct your search efficiently. Writers use strategies to help them find the sources that are most relevant and reliable while steering clear of sources that will not be useful. Finding print resources. Print resources include a vast array of documents and publications. Regardless of your topic, you will consult some print resources as part of your research. You will use electronic sources as well, but it is not wise to limit yourself to electronic sources only because some potentially useful sources may be. Writing for Success 190. Available only in print form. Table 702. Library print resources lists different types of print resources available at public and university libraries. Table 7.2 Library print resources. 191. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Resource type description examples. Reference works. Reference works provide a summary of information about a particular topic. Almanacs, encyclopedias, atlases, medical reference books, and scientific abstracts are examples of reference works. In some cases, reference books may not be checked out of a library. Note that reference works are many steps removed from original primary sources and are often brief, so they should be used only as a starting point when you gather information. The World, Almanac and Book of Facts 2015, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual published by the American Psychiatric Association. Nonfiction books. Nonfiction books provide in-depth coverage of a topic. Trade books, biographies, and how-to guides are usually written for a general audience. Scholarly books and scientific studies are usually written for an audience that has specialized knowledge of a topic. The 30-Day Low-Carb Diet Solution. Fundamentals of Nutrition. Periodicals and news sources. These sources are published at regular intervals, daily, weekly, monthly, or quarterly. Newspapers, magazines, and academic journals are examples. Some periodicals provide articles on subjects of general interest, while others are more specialized. The Globe and Mail, Maclean's Magazine, CMAJ, Canadian Medical Association Journal, government publications, federal, provincial, and local government agencies publish information on a variety of topics. Government publications include reports, legislation, court documents, public records, statistics, studies, guides, programs, and forms. Statistics. Canada. Jurostat. Writing for Success 192. Business and nonprofit publications. Businesses and nonprofit organizations produce publications designed to market a product, provide background about the organization, provide information on topics connected to the organization, or promote a cause. These publications include reports, newsletters, advertisements, manuals, brochures, and other print documents. Accompanies. Instruction manual explaining how to use a specific software program. A news. release published by UNICEF Canada. Some of these resources are also widely available in electronic format. In addition to the resources noted in the table, library holdings may include primary texts such as historical documents, letters, and diaries. Writing at work. Businesses, government organizations, and nonprofit organizations produce published materials that range from brief advertisements and brochures to lengthy, detailed reports. In many cases, producing these publications requires research. A corporation's annual report may include research about economic or industry trends. A charitable organization may use information from research and materials sent to potential donors. Regardless of the industry you work in, you may be asked to assist in developing materials for publication. Often, incorporating research in these documents can make them more effective in informing or persuading readers. Tip: as you gather information, strive for a balance of accessible, easy-to-read sources and more specialized, challenging sources. Relying solely on lightweight books and articles written for a general audience will drastically limit the range of useful, substantial information. On the other hand, restricting oneself to dense, scholarly works could make the process of researching extremely time-consuming and frustrating. Self-practice exercise 7.2. Make a list of 5 types of print resources you could use to find information about your topic. Include at least one primary source. Be as specific as possible. If you have a particular resource or type of resource in mind, describe it. To find print resources efficiently, first identify the major concepts and terms you will use to conduct. 193. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Your search, that is, your keywords. These will help you find sources using any of the following methods. Using the library's online catalog. Using periodicals, indexes, and databases, consulting a reference librarian after completing self-practice exercise. 7.1. You already have some keywords in mind based on your preliminary research and writing. Another way to identify useful keywords is to visit the Library of Congress's website at id.loc.gov/authorities. Used as a point of reference throughout North America. This site allows you to search for a topic and see the related subject headings used by the Library of Congress, including broader terms, narrower terms, and related terms. Other libraries use these terms to classify materials. Knowing the most used terms will help you speed up your keyword search. At this point, you should have selected the academic article you would like to give to your instructor for approval. Before submitting it, however, you do want to skim the article and come up with some ideas you could use for your critique. Jorge, who you first met in Chapter 3, used the Library of Congress site to identify general terms he could use to find resources about low-carb dieting. His search helped him identify potentially useful keywords and related topics, such as carbohydrates in human nutrition, glycemic index, and carbohydrates, metabolism. These terms helped Jorge refine his search. Tip: knowing the right keywords can sometimes make all the difference in conducting a successful search. If you have trouble finding sources on a topic, consult a librarian to see whether you need to modify your search terms. Self-practice exercise 7.3. Visit the Library of Congress's website id.loc.gov/authorities. And conduct searches on a few terms related to your topic. Review your search results and identify 6 to 8 additional terms you might use when you conduct your research. Print out the search results or save the results to your research folder on your computer or portable storage device. Using periodicals, indexes, and databases. Library catalogs can help you locate book-length sources as well as some types of non-print holdings, such as CDs, DVDs, and audiobooks. To locate shorter sources, such as magazine and journal articles, you will need to use a periodical index or an online periodical database. These tools index the articles that appear in newspapers, magazines, and journals. Like catalogs, they provide publication information about an article and often allow users to access a summary or even the full text of the article. Writing for Success 194. Print indexes may be available in the periodicals section of your library. Increasingly, libraries use online databases that users can access through the library website. A single library may provide access to multiple periodical databases. These can range from general news databases to specialized databases. Table 7.3. Commonly used databases describes some indexes and databases that are frequently used. Table 7.3. Commonly used databases. Resource format contents. Academic search. EBSCO hosts online general content from magazines, journals, and books. Canadian newsstand ProQuest online news and current event-related content from magazines. And newspapers. Business Source Complete EBSCO host. Criminal Justice ProQuest. Medline EBSCO host PubMed Open Access. PsycInfo EBSCO host. SOC Index EBSCO host. Online. Business-related content from magazines and journals, content from journals in criminology and law, articles in medicine and health, content from journals in psychology and psychiatry, general content from magazines, journals, and books, reading popular and scholarly periodicals. When you search for periodicals, be sure to distinguish among different types. Mass market publications, such as newspapers and popular magazines, differ from scholarly publications in their accessibility, audience, and purpose. Newspapers and magazines are written for a broader audience than scholarly journals. Their content is usually quite accessible and easy to read. Trade magazines that target readers within a particular industry may presume the reader has background knowledge, but these publications are still reader-friendly for a broader audience. Their purpose is to inform and often to entertain or persuade readers as well. Scholarly or academic journals are written for a much smaller and more expert audience. The creators of these publications assume that most of their readers are already familiar with the main topic of the journal. The target audience is also highly educated. Informing is the primary purpose of a scholarly journal. While a journal article may advance an agenda or advocate a position, the content will still be presented in an objective style and formal tone, which is why you have been asked to find an academic journal article. Entertaining readers with breezy comments and splashy graphics is not a priority with this type of source. Because of these differences, scholarly journals are more challenging to read. That does not mean you should avoid them. On the contrary, they can provide in-depth information that is unavailable elsewhere, because knowledgeable professionals carefully review the content before publication. Scholarly journals. 195. An author removed at the request of the original publisher are far more reliable than much of the information available in popular media. Seek out academic journals along with other resources. Just be prepared to spend a little more time processing the information. Writing at work. Periodicals databases are not just for students writing research papers. They also provide a valuable service to workers in various fields. The owner of a small business might use a database such as Business Source Complete to find articles on management, finance, or trends within a particular industry. Healthcare professionals might consult databases such as Medline to research a particular disease or medication. Regardless of what career path you plan to pursue, periodicals databases can be a useful tool for researching specific topics and identifying periodicals that will help you keep up with the latest news in your industry. Consulting a reference librarian. Sifting through library stacks and database search results to find the information you need can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. If you are not sure how you should begin your search, or if it is yielding too many or too few results, you are not alone. Many students find this process challenging, although it does get easier with experience. One way to learn better search strategies is to consult a reference librarian. Reference librarians are intimately familiar with the systems libraries use to organize and classify information. They can help you locate a particular book in the library stacks, steer you toward useful reference works, and provide tips on how to use databases and other electronic research tools. Take the time to see what resources you can find on your own, but if you encounter difficulties, ask for help. Many university librarians hold virtual office hours and are available for online chatting. Self-practice exercise 7.4. Visit your library's website or consult with a reference librarian to determine what periodicals, indexes, or databases would be useful for your research. Depending on your topic, you may rely on a general news index, a specialized index for a particular subject area, or both. Search the catalog for your topic and related keywords. Print out or bookmark your search results. Identify at least 1 to 2 relevant periodicals, indexes, or databases. Conduct a keyword search to find potentially relevant articles on your topic. Save your search results. If the index you are using provides article summaries, read these to determine how useful the articles are likely to be. Identify at least 3 to 5 articles to review more closely. If the full article is available online, set aside time to read it. If not, plan to visit our library within the next few days to locate the articles you need. Tip: one way to refine your keyword search is to use Boolean operators. These allow you to combine Writing for Success 196. Keywords: find variations on a word and otherwise expand or limit your results. Here are some of the ways you can use Boolean operators. Combine keywords with and/or plus to limit results to citations that include both keywords. For example, diet plus nutrition. Combine keywords with or to find synonyms. For example, prison or jail. The phrase "or is more" may help you remember that using this will show you more results. Combine keywords with not or to search for the first word without the second. This can help you eliminate irrelevant results based on words that are similar to your search term. For example, searching for stress fractures. Not geological locates materials on fractures of bones, but excludes materials on fractures of stones. Use this one cautiously because it may exclude useful sources. Enclose a phrase in quotation marks to search for an exact phrase, such as morbid obesity, use of force, or law enforcement. Use parentheses to direct the order of operations in a search string. For example, since type 2 diabetes is also known as adult onset diabetes, you could search type 2 or adult onset or type 2 and diabetes to limit your search results to articles on this form of the disease. Use a wildcard symbol such as int, hashtag, or after a word to search for variations on a term. For instance, you might type gang to search for information on gangs, and gangland. The specific symbol used varies with different databases, finding and using electronic resources. With the expansion of technology and media over the past few decades, a wealth of information is available to you in electronic format. Some types of resources, such as television documentaries, may only be available electronically. Other resources, for instance, many newspapers and magazines, may be available in both print and electronic form. The following are some of the electronic sources you might consult. Online databases, CD-ROMs, popular web search engines, websites maintained by businesses, universities, nonprofit organizations, or government agencies, newspapers, magazines, and journals, published on the web, ebooks, audiobooks, industry blogs, radio and television programs, and other audio and video recordings, online discussion groups. The techniques you use to locate print resources can also help you find electronic resources efficiently. Libraries usually include CD-ROMs, audiobooks, and audio and video recordings among their holdings. You can locate these materials in the catalog using a keyword search. The same Boolean operators used to refine database searches can help you filter your results in popular search engines, using internet search engines efficiently. When faced with the challenge of writing a research paper, some students rely on popular search engines as their first source of information. Typing a keyword or phrase into a search engine instantly pulls up. 197. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Links to dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of related websites. What could be easier? Unfortunately, despite its apparent convenience, this research strategy has the following drawbacks. Results do not always appear in order of reliability. The first few hits that appear in search results may include sites with unreliable content, such as online encyclopedias that can be edited by any user. Because websites are created by third parties, the search engine cannot tell you which sites have accurate information. Results may be too numerous for you to use. The amount of information available on the web is far greater than the amount of information housed within a particular library or database. Realistically, if your web search pulls up thousands of hits, you will not be able to visit every site, and the most useful sites may be buried deep within your search results. Search engines are not connected to the results of the search. Search engines find websites that people visit often and list the results in order of popularity. The search engine then is not connected to any of the results. When you cite a source found through a search engine, you do not need to cite the search engine, only cite the source. A general web search can provide a helpful overview of a topic and may pull up genuinely useful resources. To get the most out of a search engine like Google Scholar, scholar.google.ca/. However, use strategies to make your search more efficient. Use multiple keywords and Boolean operators to limit your results. Click on the advanced search link on the homepage to find additional options for streamlining your search. Depending on the specific search engine you use, the following options may be available. Limit results to websites that have been updated within a particular time frame. Limit results by language or country. Limit results to scholarly works. Available online. Limit results by file type. Limit results to a particular domain type, such as .edu, school and university sites, or .gov, government sites. This is a quick way to filter out commercial sites, which can often lead to more objective results. Use the bookmarks or favorites feature of your web browser to save and organize sites that look promising. Using other information sources, interviews. With so many print and electronic media readily available, it is easy to overlook another valuable information resource, other people. Consider whether you could use a person or group as a primary source. For instance, you might interview a professor who has expertise in a particular subject, a worker within a particular industry, or a representative from a political organization. Interviews can be a great way to get firsthand information. To get the most out of an interview, you will need to plan ahead. Contact your subject early in the research process and explain your purpose for requesting an interview. Prepare detailed questions. Open-ended questions rather than questions with simple yes or no answers are more likely to lead to an in-depth discussion. Schedule a time to meet and be sure to obtain your subject's permission to record the interview. Take careful notes and be ready to ask follow-up questions based on what you learn. Tip: if scheduling an in-person meeting is difficult, consider arranging a telephone interview or asking your Writing for Success 198. Subject to respond to your questions via email. Recognize that any of these formats takes time and effort. Be prompt and courteous. Avoid going over the allotted interview time, and be flexible if your subject needs to reschedule. Evaluating research resources. As you gather sources, you will need to examine them with a critical eye. Smart researchers continually ask themselves two questions. Is this source relevant to my purpose? And is this source reliable? The first question will help you avoid wasting valuable time reading sources that stray too far from your specific topic and research questions. The second question will help you find accurate, trustworthy sources, determining whether a source is relevant. At this point in your research process, you may have identified dozens of potential sources. It is easy for writers to get so caught up in checking out books and printing out articles that they forget to ask themselves how they will use these resources in their research. Now is a good time to get a little ruthless. Reading and taking notes takes time and energy, so you will want to focus on the most relevant sources to weed through your stack of books and articles, skim their contents. Read quickly with your research questions and subtopics in mind. Table 704. Tips for skimming books and articles explains how to skim to get a quick sense of what topics are covered. If a book or article is not especially relevant, put it aside. You can always come back to it later if you need to. Table 7.4 Tips for skimming books and articles. Tips for skimming books, tips for skimming articles. Read the dust jacket and table of contents for a broad overview of the topics covered. Use the index to locate more specific topics and see how thoroughly they are covered. Flip through the book and look for subtitles or key terms that correspond to your research. Skim the introduction and conclusion for summary material. Skim through subheadings and text features such as sidebars. Look for keywords related to your topic. Journal articles often begin with an abstract or summary of the contents. Read it to determine the article's relevance to your research. Determining whether a source is reliable. All information sources are not created equal. Sources can vary greatly in terms of how carefully they are researched, written, edited, and reviewed for accuracy. Common sense will help you identify, obviously. 199. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Questionable sources such as tabloids that feature tales of alien abductions or personal websites with glaring typos. Sometimes, however, a source's reliability, or lack of it, is not so obvious. To evaluate your research sources, you will use critical thinking skills consciously and deliberately. You will consider criteria such as the type of source, its intended purpose and audience, the authors, qualifications, the publication's reputation, any indications of bias or hidden agendas, how current the source is, and the overall quality of the writing, thinking, and design. Evaluating types of sources. The different types of sources you will consult are written for distinct purposes and with different audiences in mind. This accounts for other differences, such as the following: how thoroughly the writers cover a given topic, how carefully the writers research and document facts, how editors review the work, what biases or agendas affect the content. A journal article written for an academic audience for the purpose of expanding scholarship in a given field will take an approach quite different from a magazine feature written to inform a general audience. Textbooks, hard news articles, and websites approach a subject from different angles as well. To some extent, the type of source provides clues about its overall depth and reliability. Table 7.5, Source Rankings, ranks different source types. Table 7.5, Source Rankings. High-quality sources. Writing for Success, 200. These sources provide the most in-depth information. They are researched and written by subject matter experts and are carefully reviewed. Scholarly books and articles in scholarly journals. Trade books and magazines geared toward an educated general audience, such as Police Chief Magazine, Canadian Paramedicine, or Harvard Business. Review. Government documents such as books, reports, and web pages. Documents posted online by reputable organizations such as universities and research institutes. Textbooks and reference books, which are usually reliable but may not cover a topic in great depth. Varied quality sources. These sources are often useful. However, they do not cover subjects in as much depth as high-quality sources, and they are not always rigorously researched and reviewed. Some, such as popular magazine articles or company brochures, may be written to market a product or a cause. Use these sources with caution. News stories and feature articles, print or online, from reputable newspapers, magazines, or organizations such as The Economist or the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Popular magazine articles, which may or may not be carefully researched and fact-checked. Documents published by businesses and nonprofit organizations. Questionable sources. These sources are often written primarily to attract a large readership or present the author's opinions and are not subject to careful review. Avoid using these sources. Loosely regulated or unregulated media content such as internet discussion boards, blogs, free online encyclopedias, talk radio shows, television news shows with obvious political biases, personal websites, and chat rooms. Tip: free online encyclopedias and wikis may seem like a great source of information. They usually appear among the first few results of a web search. They cover thousands of topics, and many articles use an 201 an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Informal, straightforward writing style. Unfortunately, these sites have no control system for researching, writing, and reviewing articles. Instead, they rely on a community of users to police themselves. At best, these sites can be a starting point for finding other, more trustworthy sources. Never use them as final sources. Evaluating credibility and reputability. Even when you are using a type of source that is generally reliable, you will still need to evaluate the author's credibility and the publication itself on an individual basis. To examine the author's credibility, that is, how much you can believe of what the author has to say, examine his or her credentials. What career experience or academic study shows that the author has the expertise to write about this topic? Keep in mind that expertise in one field is no guarantee of expertise in another unrelated area. For instance, an author may have an advanced degree in physiology, but this credential is not a valid qualification for writing about psychology. Check credentials carefully. Just as important as the author's credibility is the publication's overall reputability. Reputability refers to a source's standing and reputation as a respectable, reliable source of information. An established and well-known newspaper, such as the Globe and Mail or the New York Times, is more reputable than a college newspaper put out by comparatively inexperienced students. A website that is maintained by a well-known, respected organization and is regularly updated is more reputable than one created by an unknown author or group. If you are using articles from scholarly journals, you can check databases that keep count of how many times each article has been cited in other articles. This can give you a rough indication of the article's quality, or at the very least, of its influence and reputation among other scholars. Checking for biases and hidden agendas. Whenever you consult a source, always think carefully about the author's purpose in presenting the information. Few sources present facts completely objectively. In some cases, the source's content and tone are significantly influenced by biases or hidden agendas. Bias refers to favoritism or prejudice toward a particular person or group. For instance, an author may be biased against a certain political party and present information in a way that subtly, or not so subtly, makes that organization look bad. Bias can lead an author to present facts selectively, edit quotations to misrepresent someone's words, and distort information. Hidden agendas are goals that are not immediately obvious but influence how an author presents the facts. For instance, an article about the role of beef in a healthy diet would be questionable if it were written by a representative of the beef industry or by the president of an animal rights organization. In both cases, the author would likely have a hidden agenda. As Jorge conducted his research, he read several research studies in which scientists found significant benefits to following a low-carbohydrate diet. He also noticed that many studies were sponsored by a foundation associated with the author of a popular series of low-carbohydrate diet books. Jorge read these studies with a critical eye, knowing that a hidden agenda might be shaping the researcher's conclusions. Writing for Success 202. Using current sources. Be sure to seek out sources that are current or up to date. Depending on the topic, sources may become outdated relatively soon after publication, or they may remain useful for years. For instance, online social networking sites have evolved rapidly over the past few years. An article published in 2002 about this topic will not provide current information. On the other hand, a research paper on elementary education practices might refer to studies published decades ago by influential child psychologists. When using websites for research, check to see when the site was last updated. Many sites publish this information on the homepage, and some, such as news sites, are updated daily or weekly. Many non-functioning links are a sign that a website is not regularly updated. Do not be afraid to ask your instructor for suggestions if you find that many of your most relevant sources are not especially reliable, or that the most reliable sources are not relevant. Evaluating overall quality by asking questions. When you evaluate a source, you will consider the criteria previously discussed as well as your overall impressions of its quality. Read carefully and notice how well the author presents and supports his or her statements. Stay actively engaged. Do not simply accept an author's words as truth. Ask questions to determine each source's value. Checklist 7.1 lists 10 questions you should ask yourself as a critical reader. Checklist 7.1 Source evaluation. Is the type of source appropriate for my purpose? Is it a high-quality source or one that needs to be looked at more critically? Can I establish that the author is credible and the publication is reputable? Does the author support ideas with specific facts and details that are carefully documented? Is the source of the author's information clear? When you use secondary sources, look for sources that are not too removed from primary research. Does the source include any factual errors or instances of faulty logic? Does the author leave out any information that I would expect to see in a discussion of this topic? Do the author's conclusions logically follow from the evidence that is presented? Can I see how the author got from one point to another? Is the writing clear and organized, and is it free from errors, cliches, and empty buzzwords? Is the tone objective, balanced, and reasonable? Be on the lookout for extreme emotionally charged language. Are there any obvious biases or agendas? Based on what I know about the author, are there likely to be any hidden agendas? Are graphics informative, useful, and easy to understand? Are websites organized, easy to navigate, and free of clutter like flashing ads and unnecessary sound effects? Is the source contradicted by information found in other sources? If so, it is possible that your sources are presenting similar information but taking different perspectives, which 203, an author removed at the request of the original publisher, requires you to think carefully about which sources you find more convincing and why. Be suspicious, however, of any source that presents facts that you cannot confirm elsewhere. Writing at work. The critical thinking skills you use to evaluate research sources as a student are equally valuable when you conduct research on the job. If you follow certain periodicals or websites, you have probably identified publications that consistently provide reliable information. Reading blogs and online discussion groups is a great way to identify new trends and hot topics in a particular field, but these sources should not be used for substantial research. Self-practice exercise 7.5. Use a search engine to conduct a web search on your topic. Refer to the tips provided earlier to help you streamline your search. Evaluate your search results critically based on the criteria you have learned. Identify and bookmark one or more websites that are reliable, reputable, and likely to be useful in your research. Managing source information. As you determine which sources you will rely on most, it is important to establish a system for keeping track of your sources and taking notes. There are several ways to go about it, and no one system is necessarily superior. What matters is that you keep materials in order, record bibliographical information you will need later, and take detailed, organized notes. Bibliographic information is all the referencing information you need from all sources you consider using for your paper. Think of this as your working references page. Anytime you look at a source, you should make note of all the referencing information. You may later decide to change direction in your paper, or simply choose not to use that source as you develop your paper. But if you do decide to use that source, you will have all the details you need when compiling your references page. Note, following the APA format, you need to submit a references page or reference list. You do not submit a bibliography because your references should only include the sources to which you directly referred or cited within your paper. Not everything you looked at but did not use. Keeping track of your sources. Think ahead to a moment a few weeks from now when you will have written your final research paper and are almost ready to submit it for a grade. There is just one task left, writing your list of sources. As you begin typing your list, you realize you need to include the publication information for a book you cited frequently. Unfortunately, you already returned it to the library several days ago. You do not remember the URLs for some of the websites you used or the dates you accessed them, information that also must be included in your reference page. With a sinking feeling, you realize that finding this information and preparing your references will require hours of work. Writing for Success 204. This stressful scenario can be avoided. Taking time to organize source information now will ensure that you are not scrambling to find it at the last minute. Throughout your research, record bibliographical information for each source as soon as you begin using it. You may use pen and paper methods, such as a notebook or note cards, or maintain an electronic list. If you prefer the latter option, many Office software packages include separate programs for recording bibliographic information. Table 7.6, Details for Commonly Used Source Types, shows the specific details you should record. Use these details to develop a working bibliography, a preliminary list of sources that you will later use to develop the references section of your paper. You may wish to record information using the formatting system of the American Psychological Association, APA, which will save a step later on. Table 7.6, Details for Commonly Used Source Types. Source type, necessary information. Book authors, title and subtitle, publisher, city of publication, year of publication, essay or article published in a book. Include all the information you would for any other book. Additionally, record the essay's or article's title, authors, the pages on which it appears, and the name of the book's editors. Periodical authors, article title, publication title, date of publication, volume and issue number, and page numbers. Online source authors, if available, article or document title, organization that sponsors the site, database name if applicable, date of publication, date you access the site, and URL. Interview name of person interviewed, method of communication, date of interview. Self-practice exercise 7.6. Create a working bibliography using APA format and referring to the GIBC APA style guide. You need to include the referencing information for your original source article. You will want to find 3 or 4 other sources you could possibly use to support your discussion about your primary article. Continue to add sources to your working bibliography throughout the research process. Tip: to make your working bibliography even more complete, you may wish to record additional details, such as a book's call number or contact information for a person you interviewed. That way, if you need to locate a source again, you will have all the information you need right at your fingertips. You may also wish to assign each source a code number to use when taking notes, 1, 2, 3, or a similar system. 205. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Taking notes efficiently. Good researchers stay focused and organized as they gather information from sources. Before you begin taking notes, take a moment to step back and think about your goal as a researcher, to find information that will help you answer your research question. When you write your paper, you will present your conclusions about the topic supported by research. That goal will determine what information you record and how you organize it. Writers sometimes get caught up in taking extensive notes, so much so that they lose sight of how their notes relate to the questions and ideas they started out with. Remember that you do not need to write down every detail from your reading. Focus on finding and recording details that will help you answer your research questions. The following strategies will help you take notes efficiently. Use headings to organize ideas. Whether you use old-fashioned index cards or organize your notes using word processing software, record just one major point from each source at a time, and use a heading to summarize the information covered. Keep all your notes in one file, digital or otherwise. Doing so will help you identify connections between different pieces of information. It will also help you make connections between your notes and the research questions and subtopics you identified earlier. Know when to summarize, paraphrase, or directly quote a source. Your notes will fall under 3 categories: summary notes, paraphrased information, and direct quotations from your sources. Effective researchers make choices about which is most appropriate for their purpose. Summary notes sum up the main ideas in a source in a few sentences or a short paragraph. A summary is considerably shorter than the original text and captures only the major ideas. Use summary notes when you do not need to record specific details, but you intend to refer to broad concepts the author discusses. Paraphrased information restates a fact or idea from a source using your own words and sentence structure. Direct quotations use the exact wording used by the original source and enclose the quoted material in quotation marks. It is a good strategy to copy direct quotations when an author expresses an idea in an especially lively or memorable way. However, do not rely exclusively on direct quotations in your note-taking. Most of your notes should be paraphrased from the original source. Paraphrasing as you take notes is usually a better strategy than copying direct quotations because it forces you to think through the information in your source and understand it well enough to restate it. In short, it helps you stay engaged with the material instead of simply copying and pasting. Synthesizing will help you later when you begin planning and drafting your paper. Maintain complete, accurate notes. Regardless of the format used, any notes you take should include enough information to help you. Writing for Success 206. Organize ideas and locate them instantly in the original text if you need to review them. Make sure your notes include the following elements: Headings summing up the main topic covered author's name, a source code, or an abbreviated source. Title, page number, full URL of any pages buried deep in a website throughout the process of taking notes. Be scrupulous about correctly attributing each idea to its source. Always include source information so you know exactly which ideas came from which sources. Use quotation marks to set off any words for phrases taken directly from the original text. If you add your own responses and ideas, make sure they are distinct from ideas you quoted or paraphrased. Finally, make sure your notes accurately reflect the content of the original text. Make sure quoted material is copied verbatim. If you omit words from a quotation, use ellipses to show the omission and make sure the omission does not change the author's meaning. Paraphrase ideas carefully and check your paraphrased notes against the original text to make sure that you have restated the author's ideas accurately in your own words. Use a system that works for you. There are several formats you can use to take notes. No one technique is necessarily better than another. It is more important to choose a format you are comfortable using. Choosing the format that works best for you will ensure your notes are organized, complete, and accurate. Consider implementing one of these formats when you begin taking notes. Use index cards. This traditional format involves writing each note on a separate index card. It takes more time than copying and pasting into an electronic document, which encourages you to be selective in choosing which ideas to record. Recording notes on separate cards makes it easy to later organize your notes according to major topics. Some writers color code their cards to make them still more organized. Use note-taking software. Word processing and Office software packages often include different types of note-taking software. Although you may need to set aside some time to learn the software, this method combines the speed of typing with the same degree of organization associated with handwritten note cards. Maintain a research notebook. Instead of using index cards or electronic note cards, you may wish to keep a notebook or electronic folder, allotting a few pages or one file for each of your sources. This method makes it easy to create a separate column or section of the document where you add your responses to the information you encounter in your research. Annotate your sources. This method involves making handwritten notes in the margins of sources that you have printed or photocopied. If using electronic sources, you can make comments within the source document. For example, you might add comment boxes to a PDF version of an article. This method works best for experienced researchers who have already thought a great deal about the topic because it can be difficult to organize your notes later when starting your draft. Choose one of the methods from the list to use for taking notes. Continue gathering sources and taking notes. 207. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Key takeaways. A writer's use of primary and secondary sources is determined by the topic and purpose of the research. Sources used may include print sources, such as books and journals, electronic sources, such as websites and articles retrieved from databases, and human sources of information, such as interviews. Strategies that help writers locate sources efficiently include conducting effective keyword searches, understanding how to use online catalogs and databases, using strategies to narrow web search results, and consulting reference librarians. Writers evaluate sources based on how relevant they are to the research question and how reliable their content is. Skimming sources can help writers determine their relevance efficiently. Writers evaluate a source's reliability by asking questions about the type of source, including its audience and purpose, the author's credibility, the publication's reputability, the source's currency, and the overall quality of the writing, research, logic, and design in the source. In their notes, effective writers record organized, complete, accurate information. This includes bibliographic information about each source as well as summarized, paraphrased, or quoted information from the source. Journal entry 7th. Write a paragraph or two responding to the following. How difficult was it for you to identify then apply keywords when searching for a source? Why? How easy or difficult was it for you to find an academic article for your critique? Why? How do you feel after having completed your first essay for this course? Make some general points of how your writing has progressed. Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing without overly considering formal writing structures. But you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but not read all of the journals until week 11. Chapter 8. Being critical. You should have already chosen a source on which to base your critique due in week 10. In this chapter, you will develop your critical thinking and analysis skills through examining the second essay type to which you will be introduced, a critique. The chapter will also provide guiding questions to help you formulate the elements to include in your critique. The self-practice exercises will provide you opportunities to examine more in depth what critiquing entails, and you will have the opportunity to proceed through the stages to develop your own critique. 8.1. What makes a critique a critique? Learning objectives. Define what it means to critique. Explain the differences between a critique and other essay forms. This section will introduce you to another essay form instructors often ask their students to produce, the critique. A critique is a written work critically analyzing or evaluating another piece of writing, also known as a review or critical response. What is a critique? When you see the word critique, the first thing you may think of is to criticize. In actuality, critiques do not need to look only at the negative aspects of a source. They can also focus on the positive components, or even have a mix of the positive and negative elements. They are critical response papers analyzing and evaluating an original source, such as the academic journal article you are being asked to use for this assignment. Self-practice exercise 8.1. Read the following short critique, and then come up with a list of elements you believe make this a critique as opposed to an expository paper. Vetter and Pearlstein's work on terrorism and its future is an excellent basis for evaluating views and attitudes to terrorism before the tragic events of 9/11. Written in 1991, the book provides an objective but more theoretical view on what terrorism is, how it can be categorized, and to what ideology it can be linked. Perspectives on Terrorism is a multifaceted review of numerous factors that impact and influence the global. 208. 209, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Development of terrorism. Those studying sociology or criminal justice might find ample information regarding the ideological roots and typology of terrorism as a phenomenon, and as a specific type of violent ideology that has gradually turned into a dominant force of political change. Vetter and Pearlstein, 1991, begin their work with the words, "It has almost become pro forma for writers on terrorism," to begin by pointing out how hard it is to define the term terrorism. However, the authors do not waste their time trying to define what terrorism is. Rather, they are trying to look at terrorism through the prism of its separate elements and objectively evaluate the concept of public acceptability of terrorism as a notion, trying to answer the two critical questions: why surrogate the war, and who sponsors terrorism. Vetter and Pearlstein, 1991, evaluate terrorism as an unjustifiable method of violence for the sake of unachievable goals, tying the notion of terrorism to the notion of morality. To define terrorism in its present form, it is not enough to determine the roots and the consequences of particular terrorist act, nor is it enough to evaluate the roots and the social implications of particular behavioral characteristics beyond morality. On the contrary, it is essential to tie terrorism to particular political conditions in which these terrorist acts take place. In other words, whether the specific political act is terrorist or non-terrorist depends on the thorough examination of the social factors beyond morality and law. In this context, even without an opportunity to find the most relevant definition of terrorism, the authors thoroughly analyze the most important factors and sociological perspectives of terrorism, including the notion of threat, violence, publicity, and fear. Typology of terrorism is the integral component of our current understanding of what terrorism is, what form it may take, and how we can prepare ourselves to facing the challenges of terrorist threats. Vetter and Pearlstein, 1991, state that finding similarities and differences among objects and events is the first step toward determining their composition, functions, and causes. trying to evaluate the usefulness of various theoretical perspectives in terrorism, the authors offer a detailed review of psychological, sociological, and political elements that form several different typologies of terrorism. For example, Vetter and Perlstein 1991 refer to the psychiatrist Frederick Hacker, who classifies terrorists into crazies, criminals, and crusaders. Later throughout the book, Vetter and Perlstein provide a detailed analysis of both the criminal and the crazy types of terrorists, paying special attention to who crusaders are and what role they play in the development and expansion of contemporary terrorist ideology. Vetter and Perlstein recognize that it is almost impossible to encounter an ideal type of terrorist, but the basic knowledge of terrorist typology may shed the light onto the motivation and psychological mechanisms that push criminals, and particularly crusaders, to committing the acts of political violence. Perspectives on terrorism pay special attention to the politics of terrorism and the role which ideology plays in the development of terrorist attitudes in society. Violence or terrorism can be used both by those who seek to change or destroy the existing government or social order and those who seek to maintain the status quo. Vetter and Perlstein, 1991. In other words, the authors suggest that political ideology is integrally linked to the notion of terrorism, with ideology being the central element of political change. It necessarily impacts the quality of the political authority within the state. As a result, the image of terrorism is gradually transformed into a critical triangle with political authority, power, and violence at its ends. In their book, Vetter and Perlstein 1991 use this triangle as the basis for analyzing the political assumptions, which are usually made in terms of terrorism, as well as the extent to which political authority may make violence, and as a result, terrorism, legally permissible. The long sociological theme of terrorism that is stretched from the very beginning to the very end of the book makes it particularly useful to those who seek the roots of terrorism in the distorted political ideology and blame the state as the source and the reason of terrorist violence. Reference: Vetter, H.J. and Perlstein, Gr. 1991. Perspectives on Terrorism, Contemporary Issues in Crime and Justice. Pacific Grove, CA, USA, Brooks Cole Publishing Company. Taken from www.custom-essays.org/examples/perspectives on not terrorism. essay.vetter.perlstein.html. List 3 to 5 elements you think make this a critique. Collaboration, please share with a classmate. Writing for Success, 210. How a critique is different. A critique is different from an expository essay, which is, as you have learned, a discussion revolving around a topic with multiple sources to support the discussion points. As you can see in Self-Practice Exercise 8.1, depending on the type of critique you are writing, your reference page could include one source only. However, as you may discuss topical ideas within the original source, you may also want to include secondary sources, to which you can compare and contrast the original source's ideas, but you need to always connect your discussion points back to the original source. Figure 8.1, Critiquing versus Other Essay Forms, shows visual representations of what a critique structure could look in comparison to another essay, such as one that is expository or persuasive in purpose. Figure 8.1, Critiquing versus Other Essay Forms. Critique. Primary S. Secondary sources. Support. 211. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. If you look at the mind map for the critique, you can see how all of the discussion points stem from and relate back to the original article, and how all of the discussion points can be interconnected. Also, the bubble labeled Secondary Sources support shows you can integrate secondary sources to compare and contrast when discussing either rhetorical or idea points. In the second diagram, you can see that the supporting ideas relate to the central topic, but they are extensions of the topic, each with their own supporting forms of evidence. There is less emphasis placed on synthesis of ideas, although this is something you can still do when composing this type of essay. The purpose of critiquing. In a post-secondary environment, your instructors will expect you to demonstrate critical thinking skills that go beyond simply taking another person's ideas and spitting out facts. They will want you to show your ability to assess and analyze any type of information you use. They will also want to see that you have used sources to develop ideas of your own. Critiquing or critical analysis demonstrates you are able to connect ideas, arrive at your own conclusions, and develop new directions for discussion. You are also showing you have strong background knowledge on the topic in order to provide feedback on another person's discussion on the issue. Critical analysis appears in many forms in the academic world. It is present when you select appropriate sources for your support. You practice it when you choose what information from those sources to include as your evidence. You demonstrate it when you start breaking down your topic to develop discussion points. Very importantly, you also use critical analysis or thinking when you synthesize or blend your ideas with those of experts. This means you go beyond a statement of facts and take a stance on a topic. In this case of a critique, you not only state your view on an idea or issue, but also on one core source of information on that topic. You insert your ideas into the text's conversation. Writing for Success 212. Elements of a critique. Often people go online to read reviews of services or products. They sometimes make personal choices based on those reviews, such as what movie to go to or which restaurant to eat at. When you ask for a recommendation, the person you are asking will usually give you a brief summary of the experience, then break his or her opinion down into smaller aspects, good and bad. For example, imagine you want to visit a new restaurant and you ask your friend to recommend a place. Here is a sample response. There is an amazing Japanese restaurant called Mega Sushi at the corner of Main and 12th. The food, atmosphere, and service are great. The food is always excellent, and they have a lot of original creations or spins on traditional Japanese food, but it still tastes authentic. The ingredients are always incredibly fresh, and you never have to worry about ordering the sashimi. The decor is also very authentic and classic, and the entire place is incredibly clean. The service is generally very good. They even bring you a free sample roll while you wait for your food, but it can be a little slow during the dinner rush because it is such a popular place. Also, the prices are a little high because an average roll costs $15, but for the amazing food you get, it is totally worth it. I love this place. When you break this example into sections, you can see the first and second sentences give the reviewer's general opinion of the restaurant. They also summarize the main components the reviewer will cover. The review is then broken into smaller categories or points. Notice that not all the points covered are positive. While the food and atmosphere are good, the service has both positive and negative aspects, but is overall good. Also, the prices are high. But the writer states that people who eat there get good value for their money. Providing a generalized description first, the reviewer introduced the topic to the audience. She then analyzed individual aspects or components of the experience with examples to help convince the audience of her perspective. Not everyone may have the same positive experience, of course. What if it was someone's first time at this particular restaurant and she arrived during the dinner rush feeling very hungry and had to wait a long time for a table? Not knowing how good the food is and that it is worth the wait, she may just leave, so her general impression of the restaurant would probably not be favorable. Whether the experience would be positive or negative would depend on an individual's personal experience and situation. The same is true for any critique. No two people will have exactly the same response to a source because of who they are, the time, and their prior experiences. When critiquing, you are responding to anything that sparks a response in you when you are reading a source. When reading your article, pay close attention to any time you have to reread a sentence or paragraph. Make note of this. At the time, you may not know why you have an issue with that section. Just realize that there was a point where you had to stop and make a notation of some sort on the paper. Once you have finished reading, you can go back and think about what the issue actually was. Maybe the vocabulary was difficult. Maybe the author's grammar was awkward and confusing. Maybe the ideas did not make sense how they were organized. Maybe you completely disagreed with the idea the author presented. Also, maybe something you read really sparked your interest, and you have the same opinion as the author. Or perhaps the vocabulary was academic but not overly challenging where you would need to use a dictionary The guiding questions for each critique form provided below will help you with this. All of these responses are valid and are things you can write about in your critique. Any critique, no matter if it is of a book, an article, or a movie, needs to contain the following elements: a thesis, usually a general view of a source. Example, in Smith's 2009 article, he effectively argues his case for the reinstatement of capital punishment in Canada. A summary, highlighting the main points presented. 213, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. This would be the same as if you were writing a summary of any source you read. Critiquing points, elements. The reader, you, have a reaction to when reading the source. You will decide on these points based on your reactions and personal preferences using the guiding questions for each of the forms below as suggestions. 8.2. Getting started on your critique. Learning objectives. Compose a concise summary of your article before you begin critiquing. As with any source you examine, you need to make sure you have a solid grasp on the ideas presented by the author. Before you start analyzing your source, it is helpful to compose a summary to confirm you understand what the source is all about and that you do not leave out any important points. Remember that if your audience does not have a strong understanding of the overall picture of the source, he or she may have difficulty following your critique. Often, what we share verbally when summarizing a source highlights the main points of our impression of the material. We capture all the necessary points, but we do so concisely. For self-practice exercise 802, you will need to work with the partner to compose a succinct summary of your article. Self-practice exercise 8.2. Discussion 2. Do Part B only. Part A, do individually. Scan your article's abstract, if there is one, introduction, headings, topic, sentences, and conclusion. Read the article in its entirety. Briefly make note of any area you struggle with or have a reaction to. This will help you later. Make notes on what you think the main ideas are. Compose a short paragraph summarizing your article, 75 to 100 words. Part B, collaboration, please complete with a classmate. Put your summary aside and do not refer to it for this next part. Verbally summarize your article for your partner in 30 to 60 seconds. Your partner will need to take very brief notes of the verbal summary you give. Switch roles. Once you have both summarized verbally and taken notes for each other, show the summary paragraph you wrote in Part A to your partner. Read the summary paragraph and compare it to the notes you took from the verbal summary. Writing for Success 214. Prepare feedback based on the following questions. What were the differences between the verbal and written summaries? Did the written summary contain anything unnecessary or miss anything important? Which one was organized more logically? Give both the notes and summary back to your partner and read your own, asking for clarification if necessary. Revise your summary so you will have a composed paragraph you can insert into your critique later. Come up with a working thesis for your paper. What was your overall impression? You may change or add to this later when you learn more about what to look for when critiquing. Later, you will need to decide on one of two formulas to follow when composing your critique. If you choose to use Formula 1, you will need to include an independent summary paragraph, which you have now already completed, and may only require a little fine-tuning. If you choose Formula 2, you will not include the summary as its own paragraph, but you will need to break it apart when you introduce the points you are going to discuss within the critique. The following sections will discuss the different critiquing forms and what you can look for when deciding what points you would like to discuss in your critique. 8.3 Critiquing Forms and Formulas. Learning objectives. Identify the characteristics of the 4 types of critiques. Explain and apply the elements of the 4 critiquing types. Apply guiding questions to your own academic article. Understand the formulas used to organize a critique. Apply one of 2 organization formulas to create a formal sentence outline. Critiquing forms. Again, critiquing does not mean you are looking only for the negative points in a source. You can also discuss elements you like or agree with in the article. Also, you may generally get a positive impression from the source, but have some issues with some aspects for which you can provide constructive criticism. Perhaps what the author could have done better, in your opinion, to make a stronger and more effective impact. There are 4 critiquing forms on which you can structure your analysis of a source. These are rhetorical ideas, reflection, blended. The critiquing elements you will be required to apply to each assignment will vary, depending on your instructor's directions, the purpose of the assignment. 215, an author removed at the request of the original publisher, and the writer you. In some cases, your instructor will want to see very little of your own voice in the paper, so you will want to avoid using personal reflection. On the other hand, some instructors will only want to see how your personal experiences connect to the content. You will need to confirm with your instructor what his or her preferences and expectations are. For this course, you need to produce a blended critique, which means you will need to include at least one rhetorical, one idea, and one reflective discussion. Rhetorical we have discussed previously, the use of rhetorical questions, the type of questions meant to engage the reader in the content. Here, rhetorical refers to the technique or way of using the questions. It relates to the construction or mechanics of how the question is used. The term rhetorical refers to the way a source is constructed and organized and which writing techniques are used. A rhetorical critique will also evaluate how effectively an author has achieved his or her purpose or intended goals. If the writer intended to convince or persuade the reader to a particular point of view, did he or she use credible sources to support the ideas or use primarily newspapers and blogs? We have seen, and will do so again later, that the types of evidence can affect how convincing the argument becomes. Furthermore, if the writer has presented a limited discussion without much evidence, and the discussion is mostly opinion-based, will the reader be convinced? Probably not. Conversely, if the author considered all points of view in the discussion and provided suitable, trustworthy evidence, the reader will more likely be convinced, and the writer will have successfully achieved the purpose. Often when trying to come up with a thesis statement, considering all points of view is where you should probably start, because it will demonstrate to the reader of your critique what your overall impression was when you examined the original source. If you look back at the sample critique in Self-Practice Exercise 8.1, you'll see that the thesis is the first sentence. Vedder and Pearlstein's work on terrorism and its future is an excellent basis for evaluating views and attitudes to terrorism before the tragic events of 9/11. The statement outlines the author's purpose bold and the critique writer's general opinion of the work underlined. From the exercise you completed earlier, you saw not everything in the critique was positive. However, this first sentence provides the overall impression the critique author had. Just as with any other thesis, the content in the rest of the essay will connect back to this thesis, saying how it supports or goes against the author's purpose. Once you choose an article that meets the required criteria, scan the article and make note of some answers to the guiding questions below. You can then choose 3 to 4 of the questions, answers you feel you can support and discuss most as your essay points. Guiding questions. Rhetorical focusing on the rhetorical elements when critiquing means you are looking at the construction elements of a source. Use the following questions as a reference point when you are going through your article to provide you with some focus and help you generate ideas for your paper. Not all may be relevant to your article. What is the author's purpose? For whom is the author writing? Who is the audience? What type of language does the author use? Technical, straightforward, too informal. How appropriate is the language, sentence structure, and complexity for the intended audience? What is the genre and how has it impacted the writing style? How logical, reasonable is the argument? What kind of evidence does the author use to support? Is it reputable, relevant, or current? And is there enough? To what degree did the author engage or interest the reader in the topic? How much bias does the author show, or is the argument presenting multiple points of view? How convinced are you by the presentation of ideas? Is there anything the author could have done differently to convince you more completely? Writing for Success 216. Is there anything about the technical writing style you did or did not like? How was the source organized? How may that affect the reader? A note of warning when using these questions: you should not use more than 2 of these in your short critique. For this assignment, choose only 1 or 2 to develop thoroughly. If you include brief answers to all of the questions, you will not have space to develop your ideas or show you really engaged with the content. By choosing just one or two, you will have the opportunity to really explain the impact and significance of what you have decided to discuss, showing to your audience you have thoroughly considered the meaning and importance of your points and demonstrating excellent critical analysis skills. Self-practice exercise 8.3. In self-practice exercise 8.1, you read your article and were asked to make notations wherever you got caught up by something within the source. Now, look back at those notations, decide which, if any, relate to the rhetorical guiding questions above, and make brief notes of the relevant rhetorical points in the space below. If none of your notations match the questions, read the questions and your article again, and then try to answer the questions briefly. At this point, you may identify more than two questions. Later, you will have the opportunity to assess which are your strongest points. Ideas. When discussing the ideas of a source, you are examining the topic presented in the source. You explore how the author's ideas mesh with your own and state whether you agree or disagree. You are essentially joining the discussion on that topic. You may find you agree with some parts of the discussion but not others, or you may completely agree or disagree, or you may think the author has great points but does not develop them adequately. Also, you may want to provide differing points of view from other sources to show you have not just accepted what the first author wrote. You have explored the topic further and will present a thorough discussion in your own critique. Guiding questions. Ideas on which points do I agree or disagree with the author. Remember, you do not always have to only agree or disagree on all points. What new ideas has the author introduced on the topic? How has the author contributed to the field? What could the author have done differently to provide a stronger discussion? How narrow or broad was the author's discussion? Did the author consider multiple points of view? Is there anything the author overlooked? How do other experts approach a discussion on this topic? 217. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 8.4. Just as you did in self-practice exercise 8.3, look back to self-practice exercise 8.1, where you made notations whenever you got caught up by something within the source. Decide which, if any, relate to the idea guiding questions above, and make brief notes of the relevant idea points in the space below. If none of your notations match the questions, read the questions and your article again, and then try to answer the questions briefly. At this point, you may identify more than two questions. Later, you will have the opportunity to assess which are your strongest points. Reflection. By providing a personal reflection on the source, you are being introspective and showing you have thought about how the source affects you personally and connects to your personal experiences, beliefs, and values. In this case, you can give personal observations and experiences as your own forms of supporting evidence. However, you do not want your paper to solely use this type of support because you need more factual evidence to convince your reader. Also, remember to check with your instructor if this is a form you are required to use. Guiding questions, reflection. How does this source connect to your personal experiences or memories? What challenges does the source raise when you consider your own personal values and beliefs? How does the source confirm your personal values and beliefs? What new ideas or insight did the source raise for you? How did the source inspire you to do more research on the topic? Self-practice exercise 8.5. Just as you did in self-practice exercises 8.3 and 8.4, look back to self-practice exercise 8.1, where you made notations whenever you got caught up by something within the source. Decide which, if any, relate to the reflection guiding questions above, and make brief notes of the relevant reflection points in the space below. If none of your notations match the questions, read the questions and your article again, then try to answer the questions briefly. At this point, you may identify more than two questions. Later, you will have the opportunity to assess which are your strongest points. Writing for success 218. Blended. In a blended form, your critique pretty much evolves however you want it to. You can take certain elements from each of the three previous forms, whichever questions are the easiest for you to discuss and are maybe the most interesting for you. This shows how paying attention to your reactions when you initially read the source is helpful. Once you have made note of where and what you reacted to, You can go back each list of guiding questions and decide which best relate to each of your notations. There are no guiding questions for the blended form because you mix and match the questions already provided in the earlier sections. In a blended critique, you demonstrate an extremely high level of critical thinking ability because you are not only synthesize your ideas with external sources, you also connect personally to one source, external sources, and different forms or aspects of analyzing written works. Self-practice exercise 8.6. Look back at the points you came up with in self-practice exercises 8.3, 8.4, and 8.5. You now need to select the points, at least one from each category, that you feel you can discuss the most thoroughly. Now, collaborate with a classmate. Share your points and how you would expand on them. Ask your partner for any other ways he or she thinks you could expand on those points. Blended critique, 2 formulas. Once you have chosen a source and use the guiding questions to help generate points to discuss in your critique, you will need to decide how to best organize your ideas. There are 2 formulas you can apply as a framework when organizing your critique ideas. Remember that although the formulas below show each section as an individual paragraph, you may actually need to create more than one paragraph to fully develop your ideas. Formula 1, organizing your critique following this model, is fairly straightforward as there is not much overlap between the sections. You may want to choose this formula if you are feeling a little unsure of how to organize your ideas and prefer a more guided structure. 1. Introduction attention getter. 219. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Background thesis plus author's last name, publication date, and title of source signposts, including that the next paragraph will be a summary. P2. Summary restate author's name, publication date, and title of source provides a citation for the paragraph. This needs to be brief and include only the points significant to your later discussion. If you include too much here, you may end up repeating yourself later. P3. Rhetorical give topic sentence. Explain this paragraph. Section will cover rhetorical points. State point, give explanations, give examples, and make connections relating directly back to sections of original source plus citations provide. Concluding statement, summarizing rhetorical element discussion. P4. Ideas, give topic sentence. Explain this paragraph. Section will cover idea points. State point, give explanations, give examples, and make connections relating directly back to sections of original source, plus citations provide. Concluding statement, summarizing idea or topic element discussion. P5. Reflection, give topic sentence. Explain this paragraph. Section will cover reflection points. State point, give explanations, give examples, and make connections relating directly back to sections of original source, plus citations provide. Concluding statement, summarizing reflection element discussion. P6. Conclusion, restate author's last name, publication date, and source's title. Summarize your discussion points, restate your thesis. Formula 2. This model is a little more challenging to stay organized and to not go off on a tangent. When you are critiquing, however, it allows you to have much more freedom in how you piece your ideas together. When you use this formula, it is important to remember to keep referring to the outline you created before writing and to thoroughly develop ideas by connecting one critiquing form to another. This model differs from Formula 1 because the summary is briefly included in the introduction section and the discussion points are not divided by critiquing points but rather by topic. That is, multiple critiquing forms are used to develop one topic point. Because this formula is a little more complicated to explain, an example outline is provided for you after the template. P1. Introduction attention getter thesis, plus author's last name, publication date, and title of source background. This includes the briefest of summaries of the source, 1 to 2 sentences only. Signposts P2.1. Choose one topic to focus on using the guiding questions. One of 3 forms. Give a topic sentence introducing the point, restate author's name, publication date, and title of source, provides a citation for the paragraph. Develop point, making connections relating directly back to sections of original source plus citations. Writing for success 220. Provide brief concluding sentence for paragraph P3.1. B. Give topic sentence explaining that this paragraph section connects to or expands on previous paragraph, different form used in previous paragraph. Restate author's name and publication date, provides a citation for the paragraph develop point, making connections relating directly back to sections of original source plus citations and to previous paragraph. Provide concluding statements summarizing entire discussion of point 1 P4.2. Choose one topic to focus on using the guiding questions, one of three forms. Give a topic sentence introducing the point. Restate author's name and publication date. Provides a citation for the paragraph develop point, making connections relating directly back to sections of original source plus citations. Provide brief concluding sentence for paragraph P5.2. B. Give topic sentence explaining this paragraph section connects to or expands on previous paragraph, different form used in previous paragraph. Restate author's name and publication date, provides a citation for the paragraph develop point, making connections relating directly back to sections of original source plus citations and to previous paragraph. Provide concluding statement summarizing entire discussion of point 2 P6. Conclusion, restate author's last name, publication date, and source's title. Restate your thesis. Summarize your discussion points. Formula 2, example P1. Introduction, attention getter thesis, plus author's last name, publication date, and title of source background. This includes the briefest of summaries of the source. 1-2 sentences only signposts. P2.1. Language plus audience rhetorical. Restate author's name, publication date, and title of source. Provides a citation for the paragraph. Give a topic sentence introducing the point develop, and explain complexity of language. Plus perhaps the language is too difficult for the average reader, forcing audience to have to constantly look up words in dictionary. Explain impact equal to distracting, plus annoying use, specific examples from source with citations. P3.1. Language plus audience reflection. Give topic sentence explaining this paragraph. Section relates to previous paragraph. Explain whether or not you are a member of intended audience. Know this from impact language had on you personally. Had to look up words, give examples with citations, could not understand author's point, give examples with citations, clearly not part of target audience. Concluding statement summarizing point discussion from both paragraphs. P4.2. Topic, capital punishment ideas. 221. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Give topic sentence explaining this paragraph. Section will cover idea point. State point, give explanations. Give examples relating directly back to sections of original source. P5.2. Topic, capital punishment reflection. Give topic sentence explaining this paragraph. Section will cover reflection point in relation to your own point of view, maybe personal experience. And topic sentence needs to connect this to previous paragraph. State point, give explanations. Give examples relating directly back to sections of original source. Concluding statement summarizing point discussion from both paragraphs. P6. Conclusion, restate author's last name, publication date, and source's title. Summarize your discussion points. Restate your thesis. Hopefully this example helps you to see how Formula 2 allows a lot more flexibility in organizing the discussion points. You can probably also see how easy it would be for the writer to get off topic. The key is to connect the ideas together. This formula definitely shows a greater complexity of thought development and synthesis of ideas, both of which your instructor will appreciate. However, you need to make sure you have a solid formal sentence outline before you begin the writing process, or you may confuse your reader too much for him or her to follow your development. Self-practice exercise 8.7. Choose one of the formulas above and integrate the points you came up with in self-practice exercises 8.6. Narrow those points down to 3 or 4 at most to help you stay focused and develop those points, as opposed to just giving answers to many of the guiding questions without developing them. Compose an informal topic outline, following which formula above you have chosen to follow. Self-practice exercise 8.8. Now expand on the informal topic outline you created in self-practice exercises 8.7. If you have chosen to use Formula 1, you can insert the summary you composed in self-practice exercises 8.2. If you have chosen to use Formula 2, you will need to separate the summary you composed in Self-Practice Exercises 8.2 into topical discussion points for each paragraph. You will then use these separate points to provide context for each discussion point. Remember to start integrating specific examples from your source. Make sure you note the page numbers for later when you need to add citations. You will learn this next week. Writing for Success 222. Essay 2. Critique. 15% Part A. Choose an article 5 to 10 pages long on which you will base a blended critical discussion. You must have your article approved by week 7, which you have already done. You will also need to compose a paragraph 50 to 100 words, outlining what you will discuss in your critique. Part B, after you have your article approved by your instructor, week 7, compose a critical analysis response paper based around a discussion of one external source. You will need to apply a blended critiquing structure, including at least one point of discussion for each of the 3 critiquing forms: rhetorical, ideas, and reflection. You will need to follow one of the 2 formulas for your critique organization. Your critique will need to be 750 to 900 words in length. The length of your paper often depends on the length of your original article. You must include a reference page containing an entry for your original source, 2 or 3 supplemental sources used to support your ideas or to provide background information. You must also include citation information whenever you use ideas from any source, including when you refer to your original source. Use information in the JIBC APA Style Guide as a resource for your citations and referencing. You need to submit this assignment to your instructor for marking in week 10. 15% journal entry 8th. Write a paragraph or 2 responding to the following. Which type of critiquing did you find the easiest? Why? Which type did you find the most challenging? Why? Why have you chosen to follow either Formula 1 or 2? What do you think will be the easiest, most challenging things you will encounter when you start composing your critique draft? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing without overly considering formal writing structures. But you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but not read all of the journals until week 11. Chapter 9. Citations and Referencing. 9.1 Supporting your ideas. Learning objectives. Evaluate when to use primary or secondary sources for support. Explain the 2 forms of plagiarism and how to avoid them. Explain the importance of academic integrity and the potential consequences of not abiding by this. In this chapter, you are going to learn more about compiling references and citations. You will also learn strategies for handling some of the more challenging aspects of writing a research paper, such as integrating material from your sources, citing information correctly, and avoiding any misuse of your sources. The first section of this chapter will introduce you to broad concepts associated with adding support to your ideas and providing documentation, citations, and references when you use sources in your papers. Using primary and secondary research as you write your draft. Be mindful of how you are using primary and secondary source material to support your points. Recall that primary sources present first-hand information. Secondary sources are one step removed from primary sources. They present a writer's analysis or interpretation of primary source materials. How you balance primary and secondary source material in your paper will depend on the topic and assignment. Using primary sources effectively, some types of research papers must use primary sources extensively to achieve their purpose. Any paper that analyzes a primary text or presents the writer's own experimental research falls in this category. Here are a few examples. A paper for a literature course, analyzing several poems by Emily Dickinson. A paper for a political science course comparing televised speeches delivered by 2 candidates for prime minister. a paper for a communications course discussing gender bias in television commercials, a paper for a business administration course that discusses the results of a survey the writer conducted with local businesses to gather information about their work from home and flex time policies, a paper for an elementary education course that discusses the results of an experiment the writer conducted to compare the effectiveness of two different methods of mathematics instruction. For these types of papers, primary research is the main focus. If you are writing about a work including non-print works, such as a movie or a painting, it is crucial to gather information and ideas from the original work, rather than rely solely on others' interpretations. And of course, if you take the time to design and conduct your own field research, such as a survey, a series of interviews, or AIN 223, Writing for Success 224, experiment, you will want to discuss it in detail. For example, the interviews may provide interesting responses that you want to share with your reader. Using secondary sources effectively for some assignments, it makes sense to rely more on secondary sources than primary sources. If you are not analyzing a text or conducting your own field research, you will need to use secondary sources extensively. As much as possible, use secondary sources that are closely linked to primary research, such as a journal article presenting the results of the author's scientific study or a book that cites interviews and case studies. These sources are more reliable and add more value to your paper than sources that are further removed from primary research. For instance, a popular magazine article on junk food addiction might be several steps removed from the original scientific study on which it is loosely based. As a result, the article may distort, sensationalize, or misinterpret the scientist's findings. Even if your paper is largely based on primary sources, you may use secondary sources to develop your ideas. For instance, an analysis of Alfred Hitchcock's films would focus on the films themselves as a primary source, but might also cite commentary from critics. A paper that presents an original experiment would include some discussion of similar prior research in the field. Jorge, who was preparing his essay on low-carbohydrate diets, knew he did not have the time, resources, or experience needed to conduct original experimental research for his paper. Because he was relying on secondary sources to support his ideas, he made a point of citing sources that were not far removed from primary research. Some sources could be considered primary or secondary sources, depending on the writer's purpose for using them. For instance, if a writer's purpose is to inform readers about how the American No Child Left Behind legislation has affected elementary education in the United States, a Time magazine article on the subject would be a secondary source. However, suppose the writer's purpose is to analyze how the news media has portrayed the effects of the No Child Left Behind legislation. In that case, articles about the legislation in news magazines like Time, Newsweek, and U.S. News and World Report would be primary sources. They provide first-hand examples of the media coverage the writer is analyzing. Avoiding plagiarism, your research paper presents your thinking about a topic, supported and developed by other people's ideas and information. It is crucial to always distinguish between the two. As you conduct research, as you plan your paper, and as you write, failure to do so can lead to plagiarism. Intentional and accidental plagiarism. Plagiarism is the act of misrepresenting someone else's work as your own. Sometimes a writer plagiarizes work on purpose, for instance, by copying and pasting or purchasing an essay from a website and submitting it as original coursework. This often happens because the person has not managed his or her time and has left the paper to the last minute, or has struggled with the writing process or the topic. Any of these can lead to desperation and cause the writer to just take someone else's ideas and take credit for them. In other cases, a writer may commit accidental plagiarism due to carelessness, haste, or misunderstanding. For instance, a writer may be unable to provide a complete, accurate citation because of neglecting to record bibliographical information. A writer may cut and paste a passage from a website into her paper and later forget where the material came from. A writer who procrastinates may rush through a draft, which easily leads to sloppy paraphrasing and inaccurate quotations. Any of these actions can create the appearance of plagiarism and lead to negative consequences. Carefully organizing your time and notes is the best guard against these forms of plagiarism. Maintain a detailed working reference list and thorough notes throughout the research process. Check original. 225. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Sources again to clear up any uncertainties. Allow plenty of time for writing your draft, so there is no temptation to cut corners. To avoid unintentional accidental plagiarism, follow these guidelines. Understand what types of information must be cited. Understand what constitutes fair dealing of a source. Keep source materials and notes carefully organized. Follow guidelines for summarizing, paraphrasing, and quoting sources. Academic integrity. The concepts and strategies discussed in this section connect to a larger issue, academic integrity. You maintain your integrity as a member of an academic community by representing your work and others' work honestly, and by using other people's work only in legitimately accepted ways. It is a point of honor taken seriously in every academic discipline and career field. Academic integrity violations have serious educational and professional consequences. Even when cheating and plagiarism go undetected, they still result in a student's failure to learn necessary research and writing skills. Students who are found guilty of academic integrity violations face consequences ranging from a failing grade to expulsion. Employees may be fired for plagiarism and do irreparable damage to their professional reputation. In short, it is never worth the risk. 9.2 Documenting source material. Learning objectives. Identify when to summarize, paraphrase, and directly quote information from research sources. Identify when citations are needed. Introduce sources throughout the writing process. Be scrupulous about documenting information taken from sources. The purpose of doing so is twofold: to give credit to other writers or researchers for their ideas, to allow your reader to follow up and learn more about the topic if desired. You will cite sources within the body of your paper and at the end of the paper in your references section. For this assignment, you will use the citation format used by the American Psychological Association, also known as APA style. Within this course and for all of your courses at GIBC, you will need to follow the GIBC APA reference guide when formatting citations and references within your papers. This section covers the nitty-gritty details of in-text citations. You will learn how to format citations for different types of source materials, whether you are citing brief quotations, paraphrasing ideas, or quoting longer passages. You will also learn techniques you can use to introduce quoted and paraphrased. Writing for Success, 226. Material effectively. Keep this section handy as a reference to consult while writing the body of your paper. Formatting cited material, the basics in-text citations usually provide the name of the authors and the year the source was published. For direct quotations, the page number must also be included. Use past tense verbs when introducing a quote. For example, Smith found, not Smith finds. Citing sources in the body of your paper. In-text citations, document your sources within the body of your paper. These include two vital pieces of information: the author's name and the year the source material was published. When quoting a print source, also include in the citation the page number where the quoted material originally appears. The page number follows the year in the in-text citation. Page numbers are necessary only when content has been directly quoted, not when it has been summarized or paraphrased. Using source material in your paper. One of the challenges of writing a research paper is successfully integrating your ideas with material from your sources. Your paper must explain what you think, or it will read like a disconnected string of facts and quotations. However, you also need to support your ideas with research, or they will seem insubstantial. How do you strike the right balance? In your essay, the introduction and conclusion function like the frame around a picture. They define and limit your topic and place your research in context. In the body paragraphs of your paper, you need to integrate ideas carefully at the paragraph level and at the sentence level. You will use topic sentences in your paragraphs to make sure readers understand the significance of any facts, details, or quotations you cite. You will also include sentences that transition between ideas from your research, either within a paragraph or between paragraphs. At the sentence level, you will need to think carefully about how you introduce paraphrased and quoted material. Earlier, you learned about summarizing, paraphrasing, and quoting when taking notes. In the next few sections, you will learn how to use these techniques in the body of your paper to weave in source material to support your ideas. Summarizing sources, look back at section 302, summarizing to refresh your memory of how Jorge summarized the article. As was mentioned there, when you are summarizing, you are focusing on identifying and sharing the main elements of a source. This is when you paraphrase the concepts and put them in your own words, demonstrating you have a firm understanding of the concepts presented and are able to incorporate them into your own paper. Within a paragraph, this information may appear as part of your introduction to the material or as a parenthetical citation at the end of a sentence. Read the examples that follow. Summary Leibowitz 2008 found that low-carbohydrate diets often help subjects with type 2 diabetes maintain a healthy weight and control blood sugar levels. The introduction to the source material, the attributive tag, includes the author's name followed by the year of publication in parentheses. Summary Low-carbohydrate diets often help subjects with type 2 diabetes maintain a healthy weight and control blood sugar levels, Leibowitz 2008. The parenthetical citation at the end of the sentence includes the author's name, a comma, and the year the source was published. The period at the end of the sentence comes after the parentheses. Formatting paraphrased and summarized material. When you paraphrase or summarize ideas from a source, you follow the same guidelines previously. 227. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Provided, except that you are not required to provide the page number where the ideas are located. If you are summing up the main findings of a research article, simply providing the author's name and publication year may suffice, but if you are paraphrasing a more specific idea, consider including the page number. Read the following examples. Chang 2008 pointed out that weight-bearing exercise has many potential benefits for women. Here, the writer is summarizing a major idea that recurs throughout the source material. No page reference is needed. Chang 2008 found that weight-bearing exercise could help women maintain or even increase bone density through middle age and beyond, reducing the likelihood that they will develop osteoporosis in later life, p86. Although the writer is not directly quoting the source, this passage paraphrases a specific detail, so the writer chose to include the page number where the information is located. Introducing cited material effectively, including an introductory phrase in your text, such as Jackson wrote or Copeland found, often helps you integrate source material smoothly. This citation technique also helps convey that you are actively engaged with your source material. Unfortunately, during the process of writing your research paper, it is easy to fall into a rut and use the same few dull verbs repeatedly, such as Jones said, Smith stated, and so on. Punch up your writing by using strong verbs that help your reader understand how the source material presents ideas. There is a world of difference between an author who suggests and one who claims, one who questions, and one who criticizes. You do not need to consult your thesaurus every time you cite a source, but do think about which verbs will accurately represent the ideas and make your writing more engaging. Table 9.1 Strong verbs for introducing cited material shows some possibilities. Table 9.1 Strong verbs for introducing cited material. Ask, suggest, question, recommend, determine, insist. Explain, assert, claim, hypothesize, measure, argue. Propose, compare, contrast, evaluate, conclude, find. Study, sum up, believe, warn, point out, assess. When to cite any idea or fact taken from an outside source must be cited, in both the body of your paper and the references. The only exceptions are facts or general statements that are common knowledge. Common knowledge facts or general statements are commonly supported by and found in multiple sources. For example, a writer would not need to cite the statement that most breads, pastas, and cereals are high in carbohydrates. This is well known and well documented. However, if a writer explained in detail the differences among the chemical structures of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, a citation would be necessary. When in doubt, cite. Fair dealing in recent years. Issues related to the fair use of sources have been prevalent in popular culture. Recording artists, for example, may disagree about the extent to which one has the right to sample another's music. For academic purposes, however, the guidelines for fair dealing are reasonably straightforward. Writing for Success 228, writers may quote from or paraphrase material from previously published works without formally obtaining the copyright holder's permission. Fair dealing in copyright law allows a writer to legitimately use brief excerpts from source material to support and develop his or her own ideas. For instance, a columnist may excerpt a few sentences from a novel when writing a book review. However, quoting or paraphrasing another's work excessively, to the extent that large sections of the writing are unoriginal, is not fair dealing. As he worked on his draft, Jorge was careful to cite his sources correctly and not to rely excessively on any one source. Occasionally, however, he caught himself quoting a source at great length. In those instances, he highlighted the paragraph in question so that he could go back to it later and revise. Read the example along with Jorge's revision. Summary Hines 2009 found that subjects in the low carbohydrate group, 30% carbohydrates, 40% protein, 30% fat, had a mean weight loss of 10 kilograms 22 lbs over a 4-month period. These results were noticeably better than results for subjects on a low-fat diet, 45% carbohydrates, 35% protein, 20% fat, whose average weight loss was only 7 kilograms 15.4 lbs in the same period. From this, it can be concluded that low-carbohydrate diets obtain more rapid results. Other researchers agree that at least in the short term, patients following low-carbohydrate diets enjoy greater success than those who follow alternative plans. Johnson and Crow, 2010. Self-practice exercise 9.1. Paraphrasing practice is always a good thing. Take a look at Jorge's summary above. Notice he is not really summarizing but rather quoting. While this is technically not plagiarism, it does not show any processing of the information from the original source. It is just copying and pasting. The end result seems very choppy, and a lot of the information can be generalized. For this exercise, try to rewrite Jorge's summary in your own words. After reviewing the paragraph, Jorge realized that he had drifted into unoriginal writing. Most of the paragraph was taken verbatim from a single article. Although Jorge had enclosed the material in quotation marks, he knew it was not an appropriate way to use the research in his paper. Summary: low-carbohydrate diets may indeed be superior to other diet plans for short-term weight loss. In a study comparing low-carbohydrate diets and low-fat diets, Hines 2009 found that subjects who followed a low-carbohydrate plan, 30% of total calories, for 4 months lost, on average, about 3 kilograms more than subjects who followed a low-fat diet for the same time. Hines concluded that these plans yield quick results, an idea supported by a similar study conducted by Johnson and Crow 2010. What remains to be seen, however, is whether this initial success can be sustained for longer periods. As Jorge revised the paragraph, he realized he did not need to quote these sources directly. Instead, 229, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. He paraphrased their most important findings. He also made sure to include a topic sentence stating the main idea of the paragraph and a concluding sentence that transitioned to the next major topic in his essay. It is extremely important to remember that even though you are summarizing and paraphrasing from another source, not quoting, you must still include a citation, including the last names of the authors and the year of publication. Example: additionally, marijuana burning creates toxins. This strategy is counterproductive, and there are numerous individual hazards associated with using the plant as medicine. Ogborn, Smart, and Adlaf, 2000. Example taken from Writing Commons, 2014 September. Open text, retrieved from writingcommons.org/format/.apa. 675 block quotations APA. Writing at work, it is important to accurately represent a colleague's ideas or communications in the workplace. When writing professional or academic papers, be mindful of how the words you use to describe someone's tone or ideas carry certain connotations. Do not say a source argues a particular point unless an argument is, in fact, presented. Use lively language, but avoid language that is emotionally charged. Doing so will ensure you have represented your colleagues' words in an authentic and accurate way. Key takeaways. An effective research paper focuses on the writer's ideas. The introduction and conclusion present and revisit the writer's thesis. The body of the paper develops the thesis and related points with information from research. Ideas and information taken from outside sources must be cited in the body of the paper and in the references section. Material taken from sources should be used to develop the writer's ideas. Summarizing and paraphrasing are usually most effective for this purpose. A summary concisely restates the main ideas of a source in the writer's own words. A paraphrase restates ideas from a source, using the writer's own words and sentence structures. Direct quotations should be used sparingly. Ellipses and brackets must be used to indicate words that are omitted or changed for conciseness or grammatical correctness. Always represent material from outside sources accurately. Plagiarism has serious academic and professional consequences. To avoid accidental plagiarism, keep research materials organized, understand guidelines for fair dealing and appropriate citation of sources, and review the paper to make sure these guidelines are followed. Writing for Success 230. 9.3 Making your quotes fit. Learning objectives. Apply guidelines for citing sources within the body of the paper, evaluating when to use a short or long quote, incorporate short quotes with correct APA formatting, incorporate long quotations with correct APA formatting. So, now you may have decided after much critical thought that you definitely have found the most amazing, well-suited quote that cannot be paraphrased, and you want to incorporate that quote into your paper. There are different ways to do this depending on how long the quote is. There are also a number of formatting requirements you need to apply. Quoting sources directly most of the time, you will summarize or paraphrase source material instead of quoting directly. Doing so shows that you understand your research well enough to write about it confidently in your own words. However, direct quotes can be powerful when used sparingly and with purpose. Quoting directly can sometimes help you make a point in a colorful way. If an author's words are especially vivid, memorable, or well-phrased, quoting them may help hold your reader's interest. Direct quotations from an interviewee or an eyewitness may help you personalize an issue for readers. Also, when you analyze primary sources, such as a historical speech or work of literature, quoting extensively is often necessary to illustrate your points. These are valid reasons to use quotations. Less experienced writers, however, sometimes overuse direct quotations in a research paper because it seems easier than paraphrasing. At best, this reduces the effectiveness of the quotations. At worst, it results in a paper that seems haphazardly pasted together from outside sources. Use quotations sparingly for greater impact. When you do choose to quote directly from a source, follow these guidelines. Only use a quote when the original writer has phrased a statement so perfectly that you do not believe you could rephrase it any better without getting away from the writer's point. Make sure you have transcribed the original statement accurately. Represent the author's ideas honestly. Quote enough of the original text to reflect the author's point accurately. Use an attributive tag, for example, according to Marshall 2013. Lead into the quote and provide a citation at the same time. Never use a standalone quotation. Always integrate the quoted material into your own sentence. Make sure any omissions or changed words do not alter the meaning of the original text. Omit or replace words only when absolutely necessary to shorten the text or to make it grammatically correct within your sentence. Use ellipses 3. If you need to omit a word or phrase, use 4. When you are removing a section, maybe a complete sentence, that would end in a period. This shows your reader that you have critically and thoroughly examined the contents of this quote and have chosen only the most important and relevant information. 231. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Use brackets if you need to replace a word or phrase, or if you need to change the verb tense. Use sick after something in the quote that is grammatically incorrect or spelled incorrectly. This shows your reader that the mistake is in the original, not your writing. Use double quotation marks. When quoting and use single quotation marks, When you include a quote within a quote, that is, if you quote a passage that already includes a quote, you need to change the double quotation marks in the original to single marks and add double quotations marks around your entire quote. Remember to include correctly formatted citations that follow the GGBC APA reference guide. Jorge interviewed a dietitian as part of his research, and he decided to quote her words in his paper. Read an excerpt from the interview and Jorge's use of it, which follows. Source: personally, I don't really buy into all of the hype about low-carbohydrate miracle diets like Atkins and so on. Sure, for some people they are great, but for most, any sensible eating and exercise plan would work just as well. Summary: registered dietitian Dana Kwan 2010 admits, personally, I don't really buy into all of the hype. Sure, for some people low-carbohydrate diets are great, but for most, any sensible eating and exercise plan would work just as well. Notice how Jorge smoothly integrated the quoted material by starting the sentence with an introductory phrase. His use of an ellipsis and brackets did not change the source's meaning. Short versus long quotations. Remember, what you write in essays should be primarily your own words. Your instructors want to know what your ideas are and for you to demonstrate your own critical thinking. This means you should only use the ideas of experts in the form of quotes to support your ideas. A paper that consists of mostly quotes pieced together does not demonstrate original thought, but rather that you are good at cutting and pasting. Therefore, you should strive to state your ideas, develop them thoroughly, and then insert a supporting quote, and only if necessary. Focus on paraphrasing and integrating and blending those external sources into your own ideas, giving the original author credit by using a citation, of course. When deciding to use any quotation as opposed to paraphrasing, you need to make sure the quote is a statement that the original author has worded so beautifully. It would be less effective if you changed it into your own words. When you find something you would like to include verbatim, word for word from a source, you need to decide if you should include the whole paragraph or section, or a smaller part. Sometimes you may choose to use a longer quote but remove any unnecessary words. You would then use ellipses to show what content you have removed. The following examples show how this is done. Original: according to Marshall 2010, before the creation of organized governmental policing agencies, it was citizens possessing firearms who monitored and maintained the peace, P712. With ellipses: according to Marshall 2010, before the creation of organized governmental policing agencies, citizens possessing firearms monitored and maintained the peace, P712. Short quotations: a short quote can be as one word or a phrase or a complete sentence, as long as 3 lines of text. Again, removing any unnecessary words. Generally, a short quotation is one that is fewer than 40 words. Whether you use a complete sentence or only part of one, you need to make sure it blends in perfectly with your own sentence or paragraph. For example, if your paragraph is written in the present tense but the quote is in the past, you will need to change the verb so it will fit into your writing. You will read about on this shortly. Using an attributive tag is another way to help incorporate your quote. Writing for Success 232, more fluidly. An attributive tag is a phrase that shows your reader you got the information from a source, and you are giving the author attribution or credit for his or her ideas or words. Using an attributive tag allows you to provide a citation at the same time as helping integrate the quote more smoothly into your work. Example: according to Marshall 2010, before the creation of organized governmental policing agencies, it was citizens possessing firearms who monitored and maintained the peace, P712. In the example above, the attributive tag with citation is underlined. This statement is giving Marshall credit for his own words and ideas. You should note that this short quotation is a complete sentence taken from Marshall's bigger document, which is why the first word, before, is capitalized. If you were to include only a portion of that sentence, perhaps excerpting from the middle of it, you would not start the quote with a capital. Example: Marshall 2010 argues that vigilantism in the Wild West was committed by citizens possessing firearms who monitored and maintained the peace, P712. In this example, notice how the student has only used a portion of the sentence, so did not need to include the capital. Tip: if you do not use an attributive tag because the quote already fits smoothly into your sentence, you need to include the author's name after the sentence in parentheses with the date and page number. Example: vigilantism in the Wild West was committed by citizens possessing firearms who monitored and maintained the peace. Marshall, 2010, p. 712. Formatting: short quotations for short quotations. Use quotation marks to indicate where the quoted material begins and ends, and cite the name of the authors, the year of publication, and the page number where the quotation appears in your source. Remember to include commas to separate elements within the parenthetical citation. Also, avoid redundancy. If you name the authors in your sentence, do not repeat the names in your parenthetical citation. Review following the examples of different ways to cite direct quotations. Chang, 2008, emphasized that engaging in weight-bearing exercise consistently is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. p. 49. The author's name can be included in the body of the sentence or in the parenthetical citation. Note that when a parenthetical citation appears at the end of the sentence, it comes after the closing quotation marks and before the period. The elements within parentheses are separated by commas. Weight Training for Women, Chang, 2008, claimed that engaging in weight-bearing exercise consistently is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. p. 49. Weight Training for Women claimed that engaging in weight-bearing exercise consistently is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. Chang, 2008, p. 49. Including the title of a source is optional. In Chang's 2008 text Weight Training for Women, she asserts, engaging in weight-bearing exercise is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. p. 49. The author's name, the date, and the title may appear in the body of the text. Include the page number in the parenthetical citation. Also, notice the use of the verb asserts to introduce the direct quotation. Engaging in weight-bearing exercise, Chang asserts, is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. 2008, p. 49. You may begin a sentence with a direct quotation and add the author's name and a strong verb before continuing the quotation. 233. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip: although APA-style guidelines do not require writers to provide page numbers for material that is not directly quoted, your instructor may wish you to do so when possible. Check with your instructor about his or her preferences. Long quotations should be used even more sparingly than shorter ones. Long quotations can range in length from 4 to 7 or 8 lines, 40 words or more, and should never be as long as a page. There are 2 reasons for this. First, by using a long quote, you are essentially letting the original author do all the thinking for you. Remember that your audience wants to see your ideas, not someone else's. Second, unless all the information and every word in the long quote is essential and could not be paraphrased, which is highly doubtful with a long passage, you are not showing your audience you have processed or evaluated the importance of the source's critical information and weeded out the unnecessary information. If you believe you have found the perfect paragraph to support your ideas and you decide you really want or need to use the long quote, see if you can shorten it by removing unnecessary words or complete sentences and put ellipses in their place. This will again show your reader that you have put a lot of thought into the use of the quote and that you have included it just because you did not want to do any thinking. Tip: be wary of quoting from sources at length. Remember, your ideas should drive the paper and quotations should be used to support and enhance your points. Make sure any lengthy quotations that you include serve a clear purpose. Generally, no more than 10 to 15% of a paper should consist of quoted material. Long quotations, how to make them fit. As with short quotations, you need to make sure long quotations fit into your writing. To introduce a long quote, you need to include a stem. This can include an attributive tag followed by a colon. The stem is underlined in the example below. Example: Marshall uses the example of towns in the Wild West to explain that much of the population, especially younger males, frequently engaged in violence, by participating in saloon fights and shootouts and gunfights. However, crimes committed by females, the elderly, or the infirm were much rarer because of those individuals being less likely to frequent such drinking establishments. 2010, P725. In example, you can see the stem clearly introduces a quote in a grammatically correct way, leading into the quote fluidly. Formatting longer quotations when you quote a longer passage from a source, 40 words or more, you need to use a different format to set off the quoted material. Instead of using quotation marks, create a block quotation by starting the quotation on a new line and indented 5 spaces from the margin. Note that in this case, the parenthetical citation comes after the period that ends the sentence. If the passage continues into a second paragraph, indent a full tab 5 spaces again in the first line of the second paragraph. Here is an example. In recent years, many writers within the fitness industry have emphasized the ways in which women can benefit from weight-bearing exercise, such as weightlifting, karate, dancing, stair climbing, hiking, and jogging. Chang 2008 found that engaging in weight-bearing exercise regularly significantly reduces women's risk of developing osteoporosis. Additionally, these exercises help women maintain muscle mass and overall strength. And many common forms of weight-bearing exercise, such as brisk walking or stair climbing, also provide noticeable cardiovascular benefits. Writing for Success 234. It is important to note that swimming cannot be considered a weight-bearing exercise, since the water supports and cushions the swimmer. That doesn't mean swimming isn't great exercise, but it should be considered one part of an integrated fitness program. P93. Self-practice exercise 9.2. Look at the long block quotation example above. Identify 4 differences between how it is formatted and how you would format a short quotation. Tip. To format a long quote, you need to remember the following. You may want to single space the quote, but not the main part of your essay. This will allow the long block quotation to stand out even more. Indent on both sides of the quote. You can use left or full justification. Do not use quotation marks. They are unnecessary because the spacing and indenting and citation will tell your reader. This is a quote. Do not put the quote in italics. Include the end period before the citation. See the example above. 9.4 Citation Guidelines. Learning objectives. Apply APA guidelines for citing sources within the body of the paper for various source types. In-text citations. Throughout the body of your paper, you must include a citation whenever you quote or paraphrase material from your research sources. The purpose of citations is twofold: to give credit to others for their ideas and to allow your reader to follow up and learn more about the topic if desired. Your in-text citations provide basic information about your source. You will provide more detailed information for each source you cite in text in the references section. Refer to your JIBC APA reference guide for guidance on compost citation for quotes or paraphrasing under the referencing example for each type of source. In-text citations must provide the name of the author or authors and the year the source was published. When a given source does not list an individual author, you may provide the source title or the name of the organization that published the material instead. When directly quoting a source, you must include 235. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. The page number where the quote appears in the work being cited. This information may be included within the sentence or in a parenthetical reference at the end of the sentence, as in these examples. Epstein 2010 points out that junk food cannot be considered addictive in the same way that we think of psychoactive drugs as addictive. P137. Here the writer names the source author when introducing the quote and provides the publication date in parentheses after the author's name. The page number appears in parentheses after the closing quotation marks and before the period that ends the sentence. Addiction researchers caution that junk food cannot be considered addictive in the same way that we think of psychoactive drugs as addictive. Epstein 2010 P137. Here the writer provides a parenthetical citation at the end of the sentence that includes the author's name, the year of publication, and the page number separated by commas. Again, the parenthetical citation is placed after the closing quotation marks and before the period at the end of the sentence. As noted in the book Junk Food, Junk Science, Epstein, 2010, p. 137, junk food cannot be considered addictive in the same way that we think of psychoactive drugs as addictive. Here, the writer chose to mention the source title in the sentence, an optional piece of information to include, and followed the title with a parenthetical citation. Note that in this example, the parenthetical citation is placed before the comma that signals the end of the introductory phrase. David Epstein's book Junk Food, Junk Science, 2010, pointed out that junk food cannot be considered addictive in the same way that we think of psychoactive drugs as addictive, p. 137. Another variation is to introduce the author and the source title in your sentence, and include the publication date and page number in parentheses within the sentence or at the end of the sentence. As long as you have included the essential information, you can use the option that works best for that particular sentence and source. Citing a book with a single author is usually straightforward. Of course, your research may require that you cite many other types of sources, such as books or articles with more than one author or sources with no individual author listed. You may also need to cite sources available in both print and online and non-print sources, such as websites and personal interviews. Self-practice exercise 9.3. In each of the sentences below, identify the mistakes with how the quote was incorporated. Look carefully. Some of them are tricky and have more than one error. One researcher outlines the viewpoints of both parties. Freedom of research is undoubtedly a cherished ideal in our society. In that respect, research has an interest in being free, independent, and unrestricted. Such interests weigh against regulations. On the other hand, research should also be valid, verifiable, and unbiased to attain the overarching goal of obtaining generalizable knowledge. Simonson, 2012, p. 46. According to a recent research study, that women aged 41 and over were 5 times less likely to use condoms than were men aged 18 and younger. 2007, p. 707. Writing for Success 236. Writing 3. According to Emlet, the rate in which older adults have contracted HIV has grown exponentially. Currently, approximately 20% of all HIV cases were among older adults. Emlet, 2008. And examples taken from Writing Commons. 2014 September. Open text. Retrieved from writingcommons.org/format/APA/.675 block quotations APA. Answers 1. The quote is not indented on either side. Sick is required after obtaining because it is a mistake in the original. The period is placed after the citation, not before. 2. That should have been removed to make the quote flow with the rest of the sentence. There is no attributive tag and no mention of the authors in the citation. Sermonti and Shibusawa single quotation marks are used instead of double quotation marks. 3. The writer used an attributive tag with the name of the source's author, then gave the name again in the citation at the end. The second one is redundant. The original quote used the past tense, were, but the transition word currently requires this verb to be changed to present tense, are inside square brackets to make it fit. There is an extra period before the citation. With the short quote, you put the end punctuation after the citation, formatting in-text citations. The following subsections discuss the correct format for various types of in-text citations. Read them through quickly to get a sense of what is covered, and then refer to them again as needed. Print sources. This section covers books, articles, and other print sources with one or more authors. A work by one author for a print work with one author. Follow the guidelines provided in the JIBC APA reference guide. Always include the author's name and year of publication. Include a page reference whenever you quote a source directly. See also the guidelines presented earlier in this chapter about when to include a page reference for paraphrase material. 237. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Chang, 2008, emphasized that engaging in weight-bearing exercise consistently is one of the single best things women can do to maintain good health. p49, pointed out that weight-bearing exercise has many potential benefits for women. 2 or more works by the same author at times. Your research may include multiple works by the same author. If the works were published in different years, a standard in-text citation will serve to distinguish them. If you are citing multiple works by the same author published in the same year, include a lowercase letter immediately after the year. Rank the sources in the order they appear in your references section. The source listed first should include an A after the year. The source listed second should include a B, and so on. Rodriguez 2009A criticized the nutrition supplement industry for making unsubstantiated and sometimes misleading claims about the benefits of taking supplements. Additionally, he warned that consumers frequently do not realize the potential harmful effects of some popular supplements. Rodriguez 2009 Billions. The author's last name is again mentioned in the final citation, despite it being used in the attributive tag. In this case, this is acceptable because this is referring to a different source written by the same person. Works by authors with the same last name. If you are citing works by different authors with the same last name, include each author's initials in your citation, whether you mention them in the text or in parentheses. Do so even if the publication years are different. J.S. Williams 2007 believes nutritional supplements can be a useful part of some diet and fitness regimens. C.D. Williams 2008, however, believes these supplements are overrated. According to 2 leading researchers, the rate of childhood obesity exceeds the rate of adult obesity. K. Connolly 2010, O. Connolly 2010. Studies from both A. Wright 2007 and C. A. Wright 2008 confirm the benefits of diet and exercise on weight loss. A work by 2 authors. When 2 authors are listed for a given work, include both authors' names each time you cite the work. If you are citing their names in parentheses, use an ampersand and between them. Use the word and, however, if the names appear in your sentence. As Garrison and Gould 2010 pointed out, it is never too late to quit smoking. The health risks associated with this habit begin to decrease soon after a smoker quits. P101. As doctors continue to point out, it is never too late to quit smoking. The health risks associated with this habit begin to decrease soon after a smoker quits. Garrison and Gould 2010, P101. A work by 3 to 5 authors. If the work you are citing has 3 to 5 authors, list all the authors' names the first time you cite the source. In subsequent citations, use the first author's name followed by the abbreviation and others. Et al. Is short for et alia, the Latin phrase for and others. Henderson, Davidian, and Degler 2010 surveyed 350 smokers aged 18 to 30. One survey conducted among 350 smokers aged 18 to 30 included a detailed questionnaire about participants' motivations for smoking. Henderson, Davidian, and Degler 2010. Note that these examples follow the same ampersand conventions as sources with 2 authors. Again, use the ampersand only when listing authors' names in parentheses. As Henderson et al. 2010 found, some young people, particularly young women, use smoking as a means of appetite suppression. Disturbingly, some young women use smoking as a means of appetite suppression. Henderson et al. 2010. Writing for Success 238th. Note how the phrase "and others" is punctuated. There is no period comes after et, but there is one with al, because it is an abbreviation for a longer Latin word. In parenthetical references, include a comma after "and others" but not before. Remember this rule by mentally translating the citation to English. Henderson and others 2010, a work by 6 or more authors. If the work you are citing has 6 or more authors, list only the first author's name, followed by "and others" in your in-text citations. The other authors' names will be listed in your references section. Researchers have found that outreach work with young people has helped reduce tobacco use in some communities. Costello et al. 2007. A work authored by an organization. When citing a work that has no individual author but is published by an organization, use the organization's name in place of the author's name. Lengthy organization names with well-known abbreviations can be abbreviated. In your first citation, use the full name, followed by the abbreviation in square brackets. Subsequent citations may use the abbreviation only. It is possible for a patient to have a small stroke without even realizing it. American Heart Association, AHA, 2010. Another cause for concern is that even if patients realize that they have had a stroke and need medical attention, they may not know which nearby facilities are best equipped to treat them. AHA 2010. A work with no listed author. If no author is listed and the source cannot be attributed to an organization, use the title in place of the author's name. You may use the full title in your sentence or use the first few words, enough to convey the key ideas, in a parenthetical reference. Follow standard conventions for using italics or quotations marks with titles. Use italics for titles of books or reports. Use quotation marks for titles of articles or chapters. Living with Diabetes. Managing Your Health 2009. Recommends regular exercise for patients with diabetes. Regular exercise can benefit patients with diabetes. Living with Diabetes 2009. A work cited within another work to cite a source that is referred to within another secondary source. Name the first source in your sentence. Then, in parentheses, use the phrase as cited in and the name of the second source author. Rosenhan's study on being sane in insane places, as cited in Spitzer, 1975. Found that psychiatrists diagnosed schizophrenia in people who claimed to be experiencing hallucinations and sought treatment, even though these patients were, in fact, imposters. 2 or more works cited in one reference at times. You may provide more than one citation in a parenthetical reference, such as when you are discussing related works or studies with similar results. List the citations in the same order they appear in your references section, and separate the citations with a semicolon. Some researchers have found serious flaws in the way Rosenhan's study was conducted. Dawes, 2001, Spitzer, 1975. Both of these researchers authored works that support the point being made in this sentence, so it makes sense to include both in the same citation. A famous text published in multiple editions. In some cases, you may need to cite an extremely well-known work that has been repeatedly republished or translated. Many works of literature and sacred texts, as well as some classic nonfiction texts, fall into this category. For these works, the original date of publication may be unavailable. If so, include the year of publication or translation for your edition. Refer to specific parts or chapters if you. 239. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Need to cite a specific section. Discuss with your instructor whether he or she would like you to cite page numbers in this particular instance. In new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, Freud explains that the manifest content of a dream, what literally takes place, is separate from its latent content, or hidden meaning trans. 1965, lecture XIX. In this example, the student is citing a classic work of psychology, originally written in German and later translated to English. Since the book is a collection of Freud's lectures, the student cites the lecture number rather than a page number. An introduction, foreword, preface, or afterword. To cite an introduction, foreword, preface, or afterword. Cite the author of the material and the year, following the same format used for other print materials. Electronic sources, whenever possible. Cite electronic sources as you would print sources, using the author, the date, and where appropriate, a page number. For some types of electronic sources, for instance, many online articles, this information is easily available. Other times, however, you will need to vary the format to reflect the differences in online media. Online sources without page numbers. If an online source has no page numbers, but you want to refer to a specific portion of the source, try to locate other information you can use to direct your reader to the information cited. Some websites number paragraphs within published articles. If so, include the paragraph number in your citation. Precede the paragraph number with the abbreviation for the word paragraph and the number of the paragraph, for example, para. 4. As researchers have explained, Incorporating fresh fruits and vegetables into one's diet can be a challenge for residents of areas where there are few or no easily accessible supermarkets. Smith and Jones, 2006, para. 4. Even if a source does not have numbered paragraphs, it is likely to have headings that organize the content. In your citation, name the section where your cited information appears, followed by a paragraph number. The American Lung Association 2010 noted, after smoking, radon exposure is the second most common cause of lung cancer. What causes lung cancer? Section, para. This student cited the appropriate section heading within the website and then counted to find the specific paragraph where the cited information was located. If an online source has no listed author and no date, use the source title and the abbreviation ND in your parenthetical reference. It has been suggested that electromagnetic radiation from cellular telephones may pose a risk for developing certain cancers. Cell phones and cancer. ND personal communication for personal communications, such as interviews, letters, and emails. Cite the name of the person involved. Clarify that the material is from a personal communication, and provide the specific date the communication took place. Note that while in-text citations correspond to entries in the references section, personal communications are an exception to this rule. They are cited only in the body text of your paper. J. H. Yardley, MD, believes that available information on the relationship between cell phone use and cancer is inconclusive personal communication, May 1, 2009. Writing at work. You may sometimes share information resources with your colleagues by photocopying an interesting article or forwarding the URL of a useful website. Your goal in these situations and informal. Writing for success, 240. Research citations is the same, to provide enough information to help your professional peers locate and follow up on potentially useful information. Provide as much specific information as possible to achieve that goal, and consult with your supervisor or professor as to what specific style he or she may prefer. Key takeaways. In APA papers, in-text citations include the name of the authors and the year of publication whenever possible. Page numbers are always included when citing quotations. It is optional to include page numbers when citing paraphrase material. However, this should be done when citing a specific portion of a work. When citing online sources, provide the same information used for print sources if it is available. When a source does not provide information that usually appears in a citation, in-text citations should provide readers with alternative information that would help them locate the source material. This may include the title of the source, section headings, and paragraph numbers for websites, and so forth. When writing a paper, discuss with your instructor what particular standards you should follow. 9.5. Creating a references page. Learning objectives. Navigate and find examples of references in the JIBC APA Reference Guide. Compose an APA formatted references page. The brief citations included in the body of your paper correspond to the more detailed citations provided at the end of the paper in the references section. In-text citations provide basic information, the author's name, the publication date, and the page number if necessary, while the references section provides more extensive information, which allows your reader to follow up on the sources you cited and do additional reading about the topic if desired. In-text citations are necessary within your writing to show where you have borrowed ideas or quoted directly from another author. These are kept short because you do not want to disrupt the flow of your writing and distract the reader. While the in-text citation is very important, it is not enough to enable your readers to locate that source if they would like to use it for their own research. The references section of your essay may consist of a single page for a brief research paper or may extend for many pages in professional journal articles. This section provides detailed information about how to create the references section of your paper. You will review basic formatting guidelines and learn. 241. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. How to format bibliographical entries for various types of sources. As you create this section of your paper, follow the guidelines provided here. Formatting the references page to set up your references section. use the Insert Page Break feature of your word processing program to begin a new page. Note that the header and margins will be the same as in the body of your paper, and pagination will continue from the body of your paper. In other words, if you set up the body of your paper correctly, the correct header and page number should appear automatically in your References section. The References page should be double-spaced and list entries in alphabetical order by the author's last name. If an entry continues for more than one line, the second line and each subsequent line are indented 5 spaces, or 1 tab space. This is called a hanging indent. What to include in the References section generally. The information to include in your References section is the names of the authors or institution that wrote the source, the year of publication, and, where applicable, the exact date of publication, the full title of the source for books, the city of publication for articles or essays, the name of the periodical or book in which the article or essay appears for magazine and journal articles, the volume number, issue number, and pages where the article appears. For sources on the web, the URL where the source is located before you start compiling your own references and translating referencing information from possibly other styles into APA style, you need to be able to identify each piece of information in the reference. This can sometimes be challenging because the different styles format the information differently and may put it in different places within the reference. However, the types of information each of the referencing styles requires is generally the same. Navigating your reference guide. The JIBC APA reference guide is organized into types of sources: print, online, mixed media, and by number of authors or if there is no author. Once you find the referencing format you need in the guide, you can study the example and follow the structure to set up your own citations. The style guide also provides examples for how to do the in-text citation for quotes and paraphrasing from that type of source. You may be asking yourself why you cannot just use the reference that is often provided on the first page of the source, like a journal article, but you need to remember that not all authors use APA-style referencing, or even if they do, they may not use the exact formatting you need to follow. Putting together a references page becomes a lot easier once you recognize the types of information you continually see in references. For example, anytime you see something italicized for APA or underlined in MLA, you know it is the title of the major piece of writing, such as a book with chapters or an academic journal with multiple articles. Take a look at the examples below. Sample book entry. Writing for Success 242. Sample journal article entry. Tip: if you are sourcing a chapter from a book, do not italicize the title of the chapter. Instead, use double quotes. You also need to include the pages of the chapter within the book. You do italicize the title of the book, similar to the journal article example above. The following box provides general guidelines for formatting the reference page. For the remainder of this chapter, you will learn about how to format reference entries for different source types, including multi-author and electronic sources. Formatting the references section, APA general guidelines include the heading references, centered at the top of the page. The heading should not be bold-faced, italicized, or underlined. Use double-space type throughout the references section, as in the body of your paper. Use hanging indentation for each entry. The first line should be flush with the left margin, while any lines that follow should be indented 5 spaces. Hanging indentation is the opposite of normal indenting rules for paragraphs. List entries in alphabetical order by the author's last name. For a work with multiple authors, use the last name of the first author listed. List authors' names using this format: Smith, J.C. For a work with no individual authors, use the name of the organization that published the work, or, if this is unavailable, the title of the work in place of the author's name. For works with multiple authors, follow these guidelines. 243. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. For works with up to and including 7 authors, list the last name and initials for each author. For works with more than 7 authors, list the first 6 names, followed by ellipses, and then the name of the last author listed. Use an ampersand before the name of the last author listed. Use title case for journal titles. Capitalize all important words in the title. Use sentence case for all other titles. books, articles, web pages, and other source titles. Capitalize the first word of the title. Do not capitalize any other words in the title except for the following: proper nouns, first word of a subtitle, first word after a colon or dash. Use italics for book and journal titles. Do not use italics, underlining, or quotation marks for titles of shorter works, such as articles. Tip: there are many word processing programs and websites available that allow you to just plug in your referencing information, and it will format it to the style required. If you decide to use such a program, you must still check all your references against your referencing guide, because the way those programs and sites piece the information together may not be the exact way you are expected to do so at your school. Always double check. Writing at work, citing other people's work appropriately is just as important in the workplace as it is in school. If you need to consult outside sources to research a document you are creating, follow the general guidelines already discussed, as well as any industry-specific citation guidelines. For more extensive use of others' work, for instance, requesting permission to link to another company's website on your own corporate website, always follow your employer's established procedures. Formatting reference page entries. As is the case for in-text citations, formatting reference entries becomes more complicated when you are citing a source with multiple authors, various types of online media, or sources for which you must provide additional information beyond the basics listed in the general guidelines. The following sections show how to format reference entries by type of source. Print sources, books for book-length sources, and shorter works that appear in a book follow the guidelines that best describe your source. A book by 2 or more authors lists the authors' names in the order they appear on the book's title page. Use an ampersand and before the last author's name. Campbell D.T. and Stanley J.C., 1963. Experiment. Campbell D.T. and Stanley J.C. Use an ampersand. Campbell Experimental and Quasi-Experimental Designs for Research. Boston, Emma, Houghton Mifflin. An edited book with no author lists the editor or editors' names in place of the author's name, followed by ed. ORIDS, in parentheses, Myers C. and Reamer D. eds. 2009 Nutrition Index.